Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ismi, and I would be the master of ceremony for this conference. I would like to welcome Her Excellency Miss Dr. Gigi Ariyanti Anaya MKM, the Director of the Directorate of Health Workers. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, SKM MKes, as the Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Honorable Vice Director 1, Honorable Vice Director 2, and Honorable Vice Director 3 of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Respectable all participants and guests of this conference. Welcome to the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition held by Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, with theme Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the agenda of today's conference. First, singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya. A report by the head of committee. Welcoming speech by the Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Welcoming speech and opening by the Director of the Directorate of Health Workers. Prayer. Presentation by first plenary speaker. Lunch and Salat Zuhur break, and then presentation by second, third, fourth, and plenary speakers. Then the presentation will be continued tomorrow on November 18. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to sing the National Anthem Indonesia Raya, directed by Miss Zulfa. To Miss Zulfa, you may take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Thank you very much, and please have a seat. Our next agenda would be a report by the head of committee, Ms. Rahma Labacho, SST MPH. Ms. Rahma, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. the Honorable General Director of Health Workers Republic of Indonesia, Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, distinguished guests and speakers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition with the theme Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. We know in 2019 and during 2019 and 2022, the world has witnessed the emergence of a new coronavirus disease. We know it as COVID-19, which has turned the globe upside down and disrupted the main determinants of health. In the society, the most serious risks posed by the COVID-19 crisis are not those of the disease itself, but its collateral damage. These include inadequate nutrition with a risk of both overweight and underweight, addiction to screens, lack of schooling, mental health impact, social isolation, risk abuse, and declining vaccination rates in healthcare. The COVID-19 pandemic has shifted dietary life and lifestyle habits of many families. In addition to lockdown, the major economic turmoil has disrupted livelihood activities for millions of people worldwide, particularly those working in the informal economy. High-income countries, including the wealthiest, have witnessed shocking scenes of thousands of disparate persons queuing for long hours, week after week, to receive free food parcel. Most are vulnerable persons issued from migration and low-income households. It is currently unknown to what extent this pandemic will impact the nutritional status of the society around the globe, but it could compromise diet quality, quantity, and diversity, increasing the risk of various forms of malnutrition, namely obesity, undernutrition, and hidden hunger due to micronutrient deficiencies, especially among vulnerable groups. This conference aims as a media communicate and sharing current research in nutrition and food from many researchers around the world. The first International Conference of Health and Nutrition 2022, which takes place from this day, Thursday, to Friday, 17 until 18 November 2022, in hybrid method. We hope first International Conference of Health and Nutrition will unite diverse researchers and case studies from all over the world in parallel sessions while offering many networking and publishing opportunities. The participants in conference consist of students, health practitioners, researchers, and academics. This conference is funded by Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo and participants' contributions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, here allow me to express my deep appreciation to each and every speaker who made enormous contribution to help us get to where we are today. The quality and caliber of speakers in this conference is outstanding. I also want to thank all of you for connecting this morning, and I hope you are looking forward to the discussion as much as I am. Let me welcome the speakers. First, Dr. Hera Nurlita, SSIT MKes, Community Nutrition Ministry of Health Indonesia. Dr. Melanie Narciso, the University of Georgia, USA. Dr. Preti Khanna, from Department of Food and Nutrition Institute of Home Economic, University of Delhi, India. Andi Lukas Kurniawan, SGZ MSc PhD, Nutrition Specialist, AGM Wide Europe, Heidelberg, Germany. Nur Zalinda Zalbahar, PhD, Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. Dr. Haja Ida Syaida Rusli Habibi, MH, Indonesian House of Representatives, and Mr. Novian Swasono Hadi, SSTMPH, from Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Ladies and gentlemen, let me once thanks again for our fantastic speakers for giving their time, insight in this conference, and for the committee for your considerable effort to arrange this conference. And I hope all you all of you watching enjoy the conference. Thank you and good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Rahma. Next agenda would be a welcoming speech. Allow us to invite Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, SKM MKes, as the Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, to deliver his welcome remark. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru.
Thank you, MC Mrs. Miati. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please be open, use all. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan. Dear Honorable Directorate General of Health Workers of the Ministry of Health, Ibu Arianti Anaya, MKM. All of the invited speaker, Dr. Hera Nurlita, SST MKes from the Directorate of Maternal and Child Nutrition and Health Indonesia, Dr. Melanie Narciso from the University of Georgia, USA, Dr. Preti Khanna from the Department of Food and Nutrition Institute of Home Economic, University of Delhi, India, Ani Lukas Kurniawan, SKZ, MSc, PhD from Nutrition, Specialized Health and Hugis in Klinikszentrum Friedrichshafen, Germany. Nurzalinda Zalba, PhD from Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra, Malaysia. Dr. Anda Haji Ida Saida Rusli Habibi, MH, from Indonesian House of Representative, and Novian Swasona Hadi STMH from Potekes Kemenkes Gorontalo. The academic community of the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, especially the organizing committee of international seminar in the Department of Nutrition, the special participants of the conference who come from academic, practitioners, and researchers. Distinguished guests and participants of the conference. By thinking good alternative for providing healthy and opportunity to all of you present at this debate, offline and Zoom meetings. Let me on this occasion welcome to the conference held by the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic Department of Nutrition, which talked the term stunted and obesity prevention and post-pandemic era. I hope that even if it is only virtuality, it does not detract from the meaning of the activity, and I hope that in the future we will meet in Gorontalo City, province known as Serambi Madinah. Distinguished guests, I really appreciate the Department of Nutrition for organizing the first international conference. I hope that first international congress of health and nutrition will be able success event through it is first international conference that held by Nutrition Department in Health Polytechnic. This international seminar activity is carried out in addition to being a demand for institutional accreditation as well as a place to increase the knowledge of conference participants or speakers from international world. Therefore, on this occasion, let me as the director of the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic express my highest gratitude for the willingness of the research person who have been willing to take the time to share knowledge and experience so that it can an important point for participants to be more motivated, increasing their capacity as health workers who will be useful for their respective institution or professions. In addition, if in organizing this conference there are things that are not pleasing on behalf of the director, I apologize and ask for input and suggestion for the improvement and implementation of the activity in the future. We would like to express our gratitude to the Department of Nutrition for choosing the theme of this activity, which the endowment of the Vision and Mission Center of Excellence, Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, with specialty in non-communicable diseases. Besides that, it is a strategy in executing the contents of the nutrition study program, Department of Nutrition, to become a leading study program in production nutrition graduate with a humanist and competitive spirit. Hopefully, this activity will be carried out smoothly and produce research and community service that can contribute to health science, especially preventing stunting and obesity in post-pandemic era. Thank you and congratulations on participation in the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anas, for your speech. Next agenda would be a welcoming speech as well as opening ceremony of First International Conference of Health and Nutrition with theme Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. Allow us to invite Ms. Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM, as the Director of the Directorate Health Workers to deliver her welcome remark as well as to officially open this international conference. Please welcome Ms. Arianti Anaya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Gorontalo, Pak Anas, distinguished guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Greeting to all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. First, let us pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all His grace so that today we can gather here at the first International Health Conference of Nutrition with the theme Stunting and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. Ladies and gentlemen, non-communicable disease such as cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes mellitus, and cancer has become the highest cause of death in Indonesia based on the global burden of the disease and the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation in 2014 and 2019. In addition, Health BPJS data explain those diseases have spent the biggest health financing in 2021. And also Indonesia have some problem with the health disease, so that to overcome that problem, the Ministry of Health developed, there are 6 pillars of the health transformation for the primary services, referral services, health security system, health financing, human resources for health, and health technology. To support the health system transformation, Health Polytechnic transformed its governance and institution. education, research, and community services. Health Polytechnic should develop a curriculum that support an integrated life cycle paradigm to reinforce the structure and network of the primary healthcare services and community laboratory service, as well as preventive, promotive, and effort. And if we are dealing with the stunting, stunting has become one of the health persistent problem in Indonesia. According to the study of Indonesian nutrition status, stunting prevalence in Indonesia decreased about 1.6% per year from 27.7% in 2019 and 26.9% in 2020 and in 2020 and 24.4% in 2021. Indonesia entitled as a fourth highest rank in ASEAN based on ASEAN Final and Nutrition Report 2021. SSGI show 18 out of 34 provinces has stunting prevalence more than 30%. While the government focus on stunting, overweight and obesity also raised as the main risk cause on the communicable disease. There are from 9 catastrophic diseases causing the highest mortality rate and the biggest burden of the health cost. The highest 4 disease rank such as that I mentioned before: cancer, cardiovascular disease, stroke, and kidney disease. This happened due to unhealthy lifestyle and unbalanced nutrition. An important lesson learned of the pandemic and stunting as well as a non-communicable disease problem in Indonesia. The Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia do something transformation with the 6 pillar and to facing to the stunting and non-communicable disease. Stunting and non-communicable disease problem has enlightened us to make a primary care services as the easier and close access for the community, take their health checkup and treatment earlier. We want earlier prevention and detection for our people. In primary care transformation, we strengthen our institution, aligning with the priority program and activity. In the increasing the access of the healthcare services, the Ministry of Health established new puskesmas and community health center. We call it a Posyandu in 171 sub-district. It provides 40 essential medicine and fulfill the human resources for health. And also we develop a Posyandu Primer now to provide or to give a preventive and promotive treatment for our people. Stunting early detection conducted from the time of pregnancy until 5-year-old children. We increase antenatal visit from 4 to 6 with USG in first and third trimester, and measurement on child nutrition status with anthropometry for doing the preventive and promotive to improve quality of life. Community education program through active campaign of the immunization program, balanced nutrition, exercise, anti-smoking, environment, sanitation, and hygiene, and also screening and detection and medication. Then we also add routine immunization. We would like to add from 11 into 14 antigen, and that is the expanding vaccine coverage throughout the Indonesia. Distinguished colleagues and fellow, we are here today to improve our knowledge and sharing best practice in stunting management, prevention, and treatment, because we know that stunting now is the most important thing that we must fight. Then I hope this international conference can bring good knowledge to all of health workers, including academic, practitioner, researcher, professional organization, and policy makers to have better understanding how to make innovation in science and technology, addressing stunting and obesity health challenge in the future, so that we can contribute to the goal of the healthy Indonesia by 2025 and join the global health community proud. Finally, I would like to thank to all of you who has participated in this conference with the spirit in intercollaboration and coordination. I would like to declare the International Conference of the Stunting and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era officially open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Arianti, for the insightful speech. Next agenda would be a prayer by Ms. Nurain. For Ms. Nurain, you might take the floor.
International Conference Opening Prayer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to good Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be praises to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamda yu'afi ni'mahu wa yukafi'u majida, ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yanbaghi li zalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultani. Allahumma inna as'aluka salamatan fid din, wa afiatan fil jasad, wa jiyadatan fil ilmi, wa barakatan fil rizki, wa taubatan qoblal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma firlana wali walidayna, walil muslimina wal muslimat, wal mu'minina wal mu'minat, al ahya'i minhum wal amwat, innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'awat, ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today Thursday, November 17, 2022, in this beautiful place, gather here to bring about in the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition. The theme is Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed person. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbi izati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the seminar agenda, we are going to take the picture together. So for the audience, please turn on your camera and we are going to screen capture for the documentation. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, next slide. Are you ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, next slide, please. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, are we done? Thank you. Okay, we also would like to thank the sponsor for today's conference. Yes. Okay. First,
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we.
all right. Now we proceed to the seminar agenda. The first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Melanie Narciso from the University of Georgia, USA, with the topic Culinary Heritage as a Platform of Food and Nutrition Security. This presentation will be guided by Ms. Rahma Labacho, SST MPH, as the moderator. Ms. Rahma, the time is yours.
Belum join dia. Okay. Hello Melanie, are you with us now? Can you hear me? I think you should unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi Melanie, good night. It's a bedtime, right?
Almost.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the disturbance. So, can you check if you can share your screen?
Sure.
Yeah.
Do I have the permission now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, oopsie. Can you see that?
Yeah. It's crystal clear. So, can we start it today? Can we start it?
Oh, you want me to start already?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Welcome to the first plenary lecture of the first International Conference on Health and Nutrition. My name is Rahma Labacho and I will be serving as your moderator today. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. So today's session is being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference, and if you have any question for the presenter to answer after this session, please use the chat feature in this Zoom webinar. And then if you have any technical questions, please reach out directly to me via chat box. The presenter today will have a total of 60 minutes for her presentation. If the presenter completes the presentation before 60 minutes is up, there may be time for a question from attendees. However, we will hold most questions until the end of the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will be hearing a presentation from Melanie Narciso, PhD candidate at the Department of Anthropology, University of Georgia, Athens, on this very timely subject. But before we get started, I want to take a few minutes of your time to briefly introduce the first keynote speaker of this conference. Do you have permission to share my screen? I want to share screen. Host, can you give me a permission to share my screen? Melanie, can you stop share your screen first?
Okay,
so I can
sorry.
It's okay. I think I still have technical difficulty from sharing my screen. The host, please allow me to share my screen. So this is the curriculum vitae of the Melanie Hansen Narciso, University of Georgia, Athens, Department of Anthropology. This is her email, melanie.narciso@uga.edu. The mobile phone 407-617-2686. So her principal fields of interest are meal security, ethno-nutrition, sustainable gastronomy, taste education. And her education history She's taking the PhD Cultural Anthropology in University of Georgia, Athens from 2015. And then she graduated from Food and Nutrition Management and Marketing Consultation at University of Wisconsin-Stout with the degree Master of Science, Food and Nutritional Sciences. And then in 1998, she got BS Nutrition at University of the Philippines, Los Banos, Philippines. And this is her outstanding professional awards and honors. So we can see in the screen that almost every year she got honors or fellowship from different institutions. From 1998 until 2022, she had grantees like grantee summer doctoral research assistantship at UGA Graduate School. The first one, she was the first place nutritionist dietitian licensure examination at Philippines with the title cum laude at University of Philippines, Los Banos. And then this is her employment history from 1998 to 2002 as research assistant at University of the Philippines, Los Banos, and 1999 until 2000 as instructor at University of the Philippines, Los Banos, and 2005 until 2015 as assistant professor at University of the Philippines, Los Banos. And this is her instructional experiences, and then this is the selected research experiences. Wow, it's so many. And then the selected publication. I think you can get easily the information about Melanie at the website on her CV that's appeared before. And then she also has several oral paper presentation. Differs from international conference as the invited speakers, and also as invited lecturers. And this is the professional membership and activities. She is a reviewer at Philippine Journal of Science, a member of Toastmasters International, program facilitator as corporate residence, exhibitor World Anthropology Day, expert panel and workshop on global food metrics, reviewer in Philippine Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, generator at culinary scholarship from the Les Tequis Blanches, Philippines, for University of the Philippines, Los Banos, and the board member and annual convention program committee member or head Philippine Society of Nutritionist Dietitians, and as executive committee and sharing at 18 Culinary Heritage Institute at Philippines, evaluator local level nutrition program implementation in Visayas and Mindanao, Philippines. As managing director at Pasyong Mahal, I'm sorry if I pronounce this, I mistake to pronounce this, Melanie. How to pronounce this?
Pasyon mahal ng halo-halo.
Okay. Pasyong Mahal Halo-Halo, okay. A theatrical production on food, University of Philippines, Los Banos. So ladies and gentlemen, So please welcome Miss Melanie. Melanie, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Rama, and I'm very happy to see you. And I'm not so sure if I know some people here in the audience, but if I do, hi, I do miss Indonesia a lot, and I do miss a lot of the beautiful people in Indonesia. Let me just share my screen. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
I'm sorry,
It's not showing.
Yeah, it's not appear.
Oh, I think you're just seeing the white screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. All right. So you are seeing the presentation. And as mentioned, I am actually doing my doctoral at University of Georgia, and this is where I am speaking to you from right now in my office. So this building here is my office where Department of Anthropology is, and this is at the University of Georgia, a very beautiful campus if you could actually visit it. It's so pretty. Now, as I said, I do miss the people in Indonesia, and I'm very happy to accept this conference invite because it has been a while since I was there. I think the last one was maybe 2012 or 2013, and I met. I wish I could show more pictures of the people I met, but this is all I have in my computer. So this includes, I've also met like Rama in another the food safety conference. I don't remember, or the leadership program there. Of course, a shout out to the Simeo Rec Fund people if anybody from Simeo is in there. And of course, I love Indonesia a lot because of the food. Being a food person, I am crazy about all the stuff that I ate in Indonesia. I could not eat everything, but at least I was able to try a lot. There's just so much, and if you have can actually identify some of these things, please just keep on chatting or just keep on writing on the chat box. I want this to be as interactive as possible. All right, and so I wish I could go there soon. So this is maybe a what do you call this, maybe it's gonna be soon. All right. So what do I have for you today? So I was invited to speak about culinary heritage and its relationship with food security, or how it can be used for food security. And so I did think about it, and I thought maybe this is something that would be very useful for you. So it is knowing local food knowledge, rediscovering the basics of nourishing a culture. Now, before I go into the meat of it, I just would like to give you a sense where I am coming from. As you know from the introduction that I am a food and nutrition anthropologist, and I'm not so sure if there are a couple of practitioners doing this in Indonesia. But just to give you a little background, and please feel free to ask me also questions about this later on, because I think it's a very nice field to engage with in nutrition. So what do we look at as food and nutrition anthropologists? Basically, we look at the same things. What is the effect of the food or diet on the humans, and vice versa? So what would be the effect of humans on food or the diet? However, with the anthropological lens, we look at this in a different way, in the sense that for nutrition, we are so much into biology, right? We are looking at the body, metabolism, and so on and so forth. However, with anthropology, we're also looking at the culture. We are looking at a deeper time, not just what happened now, but what happened long time ago. So which explains our diets. And we're not just looking at the food, diet, humans, but also things that surround it, the different environments, political, or whether it's the physical environment, social environment, how it's affected by those, and also how the system affects those. So that is where I'm coming from. Now, what we're going to talk about today can be broken into three. I am focusing on the problem of food illiteracy. There are different factors for malnutrition, or whatever nutrition outcomes we have. And I'm just focusing on this one. And then what perspective do I mean, there's a perspective that I'm actually trying to offer to help promote nutrition, which is connected with reviving and growing traditional food knowledge, which ties back to our problem of food illiteracy that I'm gonna talk about. Now, why did I choose food illiteracy? I was inspired by one of the things I read about the Indonesian nutrition literature. But first of all, before I share that, what am I talking about here with the food literacy? So many people have studied this already, and when they talk about food literacy, they talk about either the skills that we need to have nutritious meals or healthy meals, or maybe how we are good at reading food labels, how we're good at identifying the nutrients in our food, or it could also be as broad as how is food harvested, planted, how it goes through the food chain, and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very wide range of things we're talking about here. But I'm focusing here right now, though it's not the only important thing, of course, I'm focusing on how we understand nutrition, nutrients. So when I was preparing for this conference, I was actually looking at some literature. And this is one of the things, one of the articles I found, and I'm not so sure if the authors are here. So this is from Esti Unitasari et al. And this is determining the factors that influence stunting during the pandemic in rural Indonesia. So this is more of a recent study. So one of the things that they actually talked about there is that condensed milk is actually identified as a problem among people, among some Indonesians. It is causing some stunting, that's what they say. So the way that it was explained in the article is it's because this is actually found as an alternative for milk, right? So the way I would imagine it happening that way is milk is actually a concept that was introduced to us, like Asians. We're not big milk drinkers, but it has been introduced to us as this healthy food, a very Western concept. And then, of course, through corporations, commercials, the industrial food system, it has been promoted to us. And so people, of course, would like to buy milk. However, of course, also because of their financial limitations, they would, of course, have to choose only what is available or what is accessible to them. And of course, what is cheaper is condensed milk. So they end up drinking this. And I also heard this story before in the Philippines. So in the Philippines, I guess it's really very similar. I heard mothers were feeding their infants with condensed milk. And we know that's problematic because condensed milk is 50% sugar. And you don't really want to feed your babies that much sugar, right? They need more of the other nutrients, not sugar. So that actually is the reason why they say it's actually causing stunting. Now, that's just one example I wanted to feature. There is an issue with our food literacy. Okay, we could actually encounter a couple of different food scholarship, or rather nutrition scholarship, that talks about, we have a lot of problems, we do not know our food. But sometimes, just a few examples, we can already see that we do have issues. Let me give you another example. Do you have royal through orange there in Indonesia? Do you have? Please feel free to answer me via chat, or
We
if you
have
want
the
to shout
similar
it.
one, but the name is not royal, but it's quite similar.
Oh, what's the name? What's the name of your?
We have orange Sprite, yeah, right?
Oh, it's called Sprite.
It's
It's
contains
orange,
soda.
but
It's soda, right?
uh-huh.
Yeah, we have the similar with different names.
I see. All right. Well, anyway, in the Philippines, this is the name of the orange drink, part of Coca-Cola Corporation. So each time I go to different field sites whenever we do some nutrition studies, and recently when I did my ethnography in the Philippines, they would, they would always say when they're sick, they would serve their, family, their kids, this drink. And I see a couple of reasons why they do that. One reason is they think it's healthy, right? And then of course the other thing is maybe it's comforting. So there's this concept that it's healthy. We know so well, just like with condensed milk can, cause undernutrition given if it's given to children. We also know that soft drinks have been associated a lot with obesity and diabetes mellitus. But see, there's that what do you call this? Illiteracy in terms of it's not really supposed to be taken, but still it is considered healthy. I'm thinking maybe because they think it's orange, so with people we have been introduced to orange, and oranges maybe are not very familiar to us. So across, the communication, there's all these advertisements and so on and so forth with our knowledge systems as well, accepting it. It all got mixed up in the system. So we think it's healthy. Another example, a recent example, is when I went to the field and then they were offering me Coke. And I was like, of course, I don't really want to drink soft drink, to be honest. And if you're in the community, you don't really want to hurt people's feelings, right? Because, I know Filipinos, like Indonesians, are very hospitable. You don't want to be, what they call this, rude to your guests, or guests don't want to be rude to their host. So because I really wanted to avoid it, I said, oh, we have like blood glucose issues, diabetes issues in our family. Because it's true anyway, I was not lying. And so they say, oh, it's good we serve you Sprite instead, not Coke. So there is that perception that Sprite is better than Coke. But we know, as nutrition practitioners, it doesn't really matter much, right? Still, it's sugar. Okay, so these are some issues that we have, and there are a lot more. I believe some of you may be going out to the community, doing some nutrition education. You may be ending up frustrated, just like I was when I was a young nutritionist in the field. So we were teaching IYCF, and then you would hear like before the 6th month, people were already introducing all these different food items, including raw pork fat, to kids. And we're like, of course it's upsetting, right? When the guidelines. And even the go, grow, glow basic stuff is not known. So it makes us very upset, frustrated with the system, right? Why is there food illiteracy? So because we're trying to fix this, right? We want to fix this always as nutritionists or health practitioners. Well, there's so many reasons, right? Sometimes maybe it's the design of our interventions that are not good. People do not attend our nutrition education activities. There's a lot of noise around in terms of like there are all these advertisements from different products. And then there's also that concept that it's not easy to understand these things. Sometimes we think maybe because, us, we are attending the conference, we are maybe smarter than the others cognitively. There's some truth to that. But I would say maybe we are imposing some things that are really very hard to understand. Very hard. So let me give you an analogy. Of course, we always go back to food in Indonesia and food in the Philippines because I love food. Okay, I don't remember what these are. I am guessing it's ikan, or maybe I'm wrong. Just correct me, right? You just feel free to write something on the chat to tell me if I'm saying the wrong things. Okay, so in Indonesia, I am always excited to try food. But this is a common experience that I have. Okay, I take in food, then bite, and then I'm shocked. I'm always shocked, right? Why am I shocked? Because I'm expecting a different taste. So see, in the Philippines, when I see something wrapped in a banana leaf or something else, I'm thinking of, for example, this suman sa Ibos, that's what we call it, which is just rice that is steamed with just salt, coconut milk, nothing else. Nothing else. So, but in Indonesia, you have all these ingredients. I mean, you have like the more simple um, rice cakes to the more like complicated. You have all the spices. It always gets me. I get shocked, right? Because the expectation is to just have like something like this, or tupig. What you see on the left, it's like with coconut. It's with let's see, sugar. Very simple, no spices. So that explains my shock. Now, why am I saying this? Okay, if I am in Indonesia and I would taste this food, I wouldn't say it's bad, right? I mean, it would totally offend you if I say it's bad. I can say it's not something I can eat all the time because it's not something I grew up with, so it's not my preference. Just like you, when you go to my country and I feed you this one, you may not like it as well. But we won't normally say it's bad because we understand it's different. One of the first things I learned in anthropology is the concept called cultural relativity. So instead of like, just looking at your own and accepting that as the truth, accepting that as the only right thing, no, you don't look at it that way. You have to look at the other cultures, respect them, because we are all different. We think differently. We do things differently. For example, with food, we flavor them differently. Our aesthetic is different. Whatever is good for you is not good for me, right? So now, why am I saying this example? Because it looks like the way we're doing nutrition is not applying what I'm talking about when I say cultural relativity. Okay, so let me give this other example. If, for example, I taste one of your those things that I shown earlier, right, or some other food items. If I tasted that and I tell you it's bad, and if I tell you that let's change that, let's remove the fish, let's put some coconut, or let's remove the spices. It's something that you wouldn't understand. It's something that you would not like, right? And apparently that is what is going on with nutrition. Now, let me share with you a couple of criticisms of nutrition. Now, of course, just to preface my whatever I want to say, I am not destroying the reputation of nutrition. I am coming from nutrition. I grew up from that field. I do appreciate it. There's a lot of good things from it, but there's also a lot of things that also needs to grow in the field. So I will share with you criticisms that are more coming from other people. So these are not just my ideas, though in a lot of them I do agree. No, this is coming from, again, a anthropologist lens. So nutrition, it is a science. We know that, right? As a science, it is Western. So what does that mean? Western, it's a different culture. And particularly for modern nutrition science, this actually has been developed so that it is actually more rational in approach. What am I talking about here? So, science is something that has to be empirical. You have to observe things. They're verifiable. They're calculatable. We do use a lot of numbers. When nutrition was developed as a new discipline, the modern nutrition science, pretty much, and a lot of this comes from the U.S. And for example, USDA was actually one of the kind of predecessors, or the a pillar where modern nutrition was born. So how it started there is, they wanted it to be scientific, meaning they wanted more numbers. They wanted it more empirical. They discouraged like the layman's way of talking about it. So when Atwater an American, and I guess some of you here are familiar with Atwater because he was the one who brought to us the concept of, the equivalences of in terms of calories of food items. Say, for example, carbohydrates, a gram of it would give you 4 calories. Protein will give you 4 grams. Fat will give you 9 calories. So he actually was the brainchild behind that. So because of his studies on this, because of his studies on how much energy we need, so they were able to create a way of knowing in nutrition that is more mathematical, something that you do like more calculations. So that is scientific. So out of this initiative, or out of this pioneering, what do you call this, idea, which is great, right? There's so many things that were born out of it. So we have been paying more attention now to carbohydrates, protein, fat, and we can go deeper, right? We can talk about glycemic index when we talk about the carbohydrates. When we talk about fat, we go to talk about omega-3, omega-6, and so on and so forth. There are vitamins and minerals, vitamin A, K, and so on and so forth, minerals. Read the periodic table of elements, pretty much they're there. Nutrient-like substances, phytochemicals, and so on and so forth. We have been talking about gluten recently. So there are so many concepts now we have to embrace. It's not easy to embrace these concepts. Even among us nutritionists, it is hard to agree on certain things, right? Say, what diet would you recommend? Like, do you recommend the low calorie, high calorie, low protein, high fat thingy? There are so many disagreements. For example, I just read this book, Salt Wars, recently. It's talking about the salt consumption in the US. And it has been talking about how guidelines for salt consumption are hard to pin down because of a lot of issues, like evidence missing and also the politics behind it. Now, what am I pointing out here? We are having difficulties with this, being professionals, in nutrition. What more with the people who have not studied the same things that we studied? Besides, we always promote these concepts, and yet, we have so much confidence in it, and yet it's in incomplete science too. So there is this journal, let me see if I remember the name right, Critical Journal of Dietetics. If you are really interested to know that, I can share it later on. I can look that up. There was this issue that actually talked about how, what was I saying? That, hold on, I lost my thought. By the way, I also want to look at the chat. I'm not so sure if there are questions for me. Okay, no, right. Right, so there are people who are saying that from that journal that nutrition science is incomplete. Well, nutrition science is young, right? It started the late 1800s. And then it's incomplete in the sense that they have always studied like the connection between food, nutrients, and chronic degenerative diseases, but they could not really come up with, the solutions, the answers to questions. And why this may be harder also for people, like for different cultures, and yet, we're trying to teach them difficult things, because that's not what we know. I do not know what traditional nutrition is for Indonesia. Maybe you can type it, or you could, we could talk about it during the open forum. But in other cultures, of course, prominent would be their different ways of doing, like Chinese would have traditional Chinese medicine. You may have heard of the hot and cold food classification, and this is something that you would also hear in Ayurvedic, Indian, or Mexican medicine. I also heard it in the Philippines before. So we're coming from different ways of thinking. We're not calculating, we're not rational people that way. We are more of tasting, what is nutritious. Like, for example, in the Philippines recently, one of my my research is about fermented foods. And one of the way of them to know if it is good or not is the smell. Okay, if it has stink or not, right? So, well, anyway, that's a different story. Now, some more criticisms, and then we move forward with what I would suggest. So because of all this plethora, all this range of new concepts from nutrition, there is what you call nutritionism that Georgie Skrinis was describing. Again, this is a criticism of nutrition because of all those concepts from nutrition, we have just been using nutrients as the key indicators of healthy food. There are other indicators of healthy food, right? We are removing here like the moral standards that we have. For example, I read that ketupat, for example, was something that was very it was used to celebrate. I don't know how to pronounce this. Rama, you may need to help me.
Fitri.
Sorry. Eidil Fitri.
Yeah.
Something like that. Sorry. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, so it has like this moral sense in it as well. You know, we're not just looking at counting nutrients, but we're also looking at these moral implications. We're looking at the sensory aspects of it. There is this story. This is in Africa. I could not forget this because it's very interesting. So people will say food is good or bad depending on the taste because it's also used to communicate their feelings to people. So if they make a bad sauce, it actually talks about their anger at the person, and you know it's a different way of doing. You know, that's why we don't find the word nutrition in other cultures, because it's a different way of doing things. Okay, it's not about nutrients. Now, last criticism of nutrition, though there are a lot more if you're gonna look at literature, disembodiment. What am I talking about here? The body is actually removed from the study. Like we were talking about the senses, right? So because nutrition pretty much is more calculating now, we don't use a lot of our senses, smell, touch, taste. No. Okay, so, and along with the medical gaze that some philosophers or social scientists are talking about, just like the medical field, we're using our visual or our vision more. Like you use a thermometer for measuring, you know, like seeing fever. Like in our case for nutrition, we don't feel our bodies anymore, right? It's normally just computations, just, you know, because you know what's in the food. Take more calcium or take more milk because it has more calcium. I have this story from my grandpa, and maybe you do have stories like this, and I would love to hear them during the Q&A. I mean, maybe you have a lot to share more in the Q&A rather than me answering questions. So this is what my grandfather said. So no. This is something that my mother told me about my grandfather. So when one of their siblings, so for example, the brother of my mom farted, you know, it could have a smell, right? And then my grandfather would say like, okay. That's not our normal reaction, right? Because normally it's like, we don't like that. But he was like, So he was like, what's the word? Agreeing, or what's the word? He was happy with what he smelled because he knew that it meant that the person was healthy. Right? So I mean, different ways of knowing, right? That is how we do it. Unfortunately, a lot of times we look at it as a backward because we have already been educated in the Western way of doing things. You know, always we look at Western as, you know, better. But let's go back to the concept of cultural relativity. It's different. It's not better. Right? So something to think about. So the things I'm sharing here, it's not like for you to just take in, but it's really just for, you know, critically thinking about it. Now, because of these issues, right, we want to know food in a way that is more culturally sensitive. Some people have been doing this already. So I don't know if you heard of the concept decolonized nutrition or decolonizing nutrition before. So what people are doing in some cultures, especially in indigenous groups, that's we see this or hear this more here in the US, for example, and in Canada, um, because they have a couple of indigenous people who were able to study like up to college or even postgraduate. So then they are now having this movement of removing anything colonial in their practice. For example, they are removing Native American chefs, for example, have been removing the ingredients that were from the colonizers. They have been going back to their ingredients from long time ago, to their techniques from long time ago. And there are different ways of doing this. I don't know if you're doing it already in Indonesia. Then there's another term that may be familiar or not familiar, ethnonutrition. It is a way of doing nutrition based on an emic perspective, meaning based on the perspective of the insider. So if it's an Indonesian ethnonutrition, it is nutrition done according to the ways of Indonesians. Like if it's a Philippine ethnonutrition, it is the nutrition of the Philippines. It's not nutrition coming from a Western perspective. Now, so if we want to do things like this, or we want to resensitize our nutrition to our culture, we should go back to what we know. What do we know? That's a question. So this is then an invitation to revisit our local food knowledge. So if we are going to take away the Western colonial parts of our knowledge, remove the calories, remove the proteins, fats, and so on and so forth, what will be left of our nutrition or food knowledge? So it's something I would love to hear more about in the Q&A from you. So I do not know about like your science, your traditional science, but this is what I know. There is a lot of food in Indonesia. You have, correct me if I'm wrong, about 17,000 islands, right? In the Philippines, we only have about 7,000 islands. And I mean, imagine all the food that can come out from there, considering the different number of ethno-linguistic groups, different climatic conditions, different flora and fauna found in the different places. So it's permutations of food. Right, so to actually revisit local food knowledge is actually to go back to our food environment, right? The problem is we do not know much about it anymore. I am not so sure if this is the sentiment of most of you, but I did hear or I did read, for example, that it is not an easy thing to raise the awareness about the different food items in Indonesia to the people in Indonesia. It's weird, right? Like it's food in Indonesia and yet people in Indonesia don't know it. And don't worry about it because in the Philippines, we also have the same issues and in all over different parts of the world. Okay. So it's a good way to start if we want to revisit our local food knowledge, the food, because that is the common denominator that we have if we talk about like nutrition. Now, here are my suggestions on how to do this. So reconnection with food is my advocacy, pretty much. So because this is our way to revive our cultural memory. We have lost a lot of things already. We have lost a lot of our culinary diversity. I study fermented foods and I also heard a couple of this lost already. And we want to revive these things, right? We want to revive what is our memory of our nutrition, our own nutrition science. Again, we don't call it that way, right? But we have our way of doing it. Or maybe we don't want to revive it or we can't revive it because it's gone. Maybe it is time to create something new. So if we're going to look at theories in anthropology, proposals coming from different anthropologies or social sciences, they say that for us to remember or for us to create knowledge, we have to be very entangled or intimately engaged with our environment. Very engaged with our environment. And so here are some examples I would give. So we start with examples to reconnect with food. And then what are the points that we are disconnected with food? Because these are the things that would then help in the cultural memory revisions, or rather revival, and then for knowledge creation. Note that we need reconnection, or reconnection is actually the thing that happens when our senses actually meet our food environment. Because that's how we learn, right? I mean, for some educators here, we learn that the more senses that you use, the more that you learn. And it's the same thing, the same concept. So with this in mind, with the senses in mind, with us engaging more with our environment, we are actually re-embodying or putting back the body in nutrition practice as well. Reconnection with food. So I'm suggesting that we reconnect with traditional foods. Okay, I do not know what your concept of traditional food is. If you do have any traditional food that you like, please type it in the chat box. I would love to see those. Okay. Traditional food can mean different things, right? For some people, they define it as something that has been there for 50 years already. Some define it as something that was passed on from one generation to the next. But certainly, in all this definition, there is a time element involved. And because of that time element, these are tried and tested. They have been there for a while, and so they work. They kept the community, they kept the society survive in whatever environment they have. And because of this, it is recognized as part of a sustainable diet. If you're familiar with the discourse or conversation of sustainable diets by the FAO, for example, they have been actually promoting the use of traditional foods because it's good for the body, it's good for the planet. Now, the question is, are we in touch with our traditional foods? Like, of course, this is more of a challenge for you who are on the top or like higher tier or higher level in the nutrition community. Okay, of course, so the people will be following your lead. So I'm guessing I'm talking to more leaders. So the question is, are we in touch? Are you in touch with your traditional foods? Because only if you're in touch with your traditional foods will you be able to share this with other people. Let me show you an example of how I actually try to promote traditional foods in my own little way. You know, sometimes we think about it at a grand scale, but sometimes it's not always scaling up that we have to think about. Sometimes we just have to think about the smaller spaces that we are in. Okay, I have nephews, nieces, right? Younger kids around me. And I actually dislike the way that they eat food. What do they eat a lot? They drink a lot of the chocolate drinks that we know are not really chocolate. There are a lot of sugar, right? So I'm not happy with that. And of course, considering that I also have this tradition that I grew up with, drinking chocolate from the bean itself. We make it, we grind it, and then of course we process it first, and then we grind it, and then we make it into the drink. It's what you see in the picture here. Now, one of my nieces, like her name is Portia. She doesn't like the traditional chocolate because she likes Swiss Mill, she likes, all these different brands, of course, imported, the better, right? Always imported is the better. Okay, so I'm trying to convince them not to drink those because I don't feel comfortable with them drinking it. So what did I do? It's kind of hard convincing them. Okay, I made it a tradition. So I was there for 2019 to 21. So each Christmas, I made it a tradition that I bought beans, cacao beans, and we process it. And that actually allowed some interaction between older folks and the younger folks here. This is my mom, so she's teaching the younger folks. So they were winnowing, or they were like sorting the cacao after they were shelled, and then they were shelling them here. So they loved the smell of the chocolate. They appreciated what it was, and they saw that it was different from what they were drinking. And to add up to that experience, I even gave them some taste education activities. So I have a cacao bean here, and then presented to them different chocolates with different levels of chocolate or cacao content. And they realized that the chocolate that they like doesn't really have the cacao where the chocolate is from. So from then on, they actually started liking the native chocolate. It's just that it's more expensive. You know, they've been demanding it more from me now. But it takes a lot of energy, but, you know, it matters. Now, of course, these are just my examples because that's a traditional food that I am really very, you know, what do you call this, attached with. But you may have your own examples, traditional foods that you can share with other people. Now, traditional foods are good, right? To some extent, we have a lot of literature pointing out to them as good in the sense that, for example, Mediterranean diets have been like always pointed out to be good. A couple of studies done on those. If we're gonna look at nutrition transition diets, where the Western diets have actually took over some diets from like Mexico, diets in the Philippines, for example, we see some deterioration in the nutritional status of the people who have actually adopted Western diets. The same is true with indigenous people studies about like when they started taking in food, well, the Western food, their nutritional status also like worsened, especially more on the obesity, diabetes side. So there are good things that the traditional diets can actually offer. It's just that it depends how we define traditional too. Like, what are your traditional foods? So I think the closest food here that is to this fermented shrimp paste here in the Philippines is it terasi? You have terasi, right? And that's fermented, and I believe that's very salty as well. That's true? Yeah, I'm just looking at Rama, right? Okay, so this is a traditional food in the Philippines. It's super salty, fermented, right? So would you say it's healthy? It depends, right? So long time ago when we did not have a lot of salt in our diet, care of, you know, our industrial food, processed food, long time ago when we were perspiring a lot because we did have a lot of physical activity, this was okay. Now it's not so okay, right? Because if you're like eating a lot of sodium high sodium foods, if you're just living a very sedentary life, maybe the traditional food as this doesn't work anymore. Let me show you some other traditional foods that maybe you can relate with. Okay, I'm showing Philippine brands. Okay, this have become super popular to us already. In your country, I know Indomie is popular, right? I don't know the other brands. Of course, I just know Indomie, okay? And then you have fast foods probably that have already gained a certain level of appreciation from people. It has become traditional already. Maybe McDonald's, I don't know. So this is what is happening in the Philippines, for example. I grew up with this. So when I was young, they would tell us, oh, if you finish school with high grades, we will take you to Jollibee. You know, if you're like a good girl, we will take you to Jollibee. So I don't know if you do that with McDonald's or with some other fast food, but through that we have grown to like it, and we have actually, you would say it's tradition. You wouldn't define it as traditional, but considering that it has been there in our diets, it's pretty much traditional. So is it good? It may be good, it may not be good. We say we don't have like junk food, right? Because it all depends on the entire diet and the entire system. Do we have physical activity? Do we still perspire? And so on and so forth. So now, because traditional foods can sometimes be problematic, I have one other suggestion here: place-based foods. Because some of these traditional foods we may have lost already. Some traditional foods, as I said, were problematic. So maybe we can look at place-based foods. What are these? Now, some of us actually are not very comfortable with this concept, because I would introduce that there is such a thing as an invention of tradition that you can do. So if you are going to actually be more engaged, be more intimate with your environment, you can actually end up with new traditions. We are not comfortable with that because we always think, oh, that's not traditional. You want it pure. You want it always the way it used to be. Okay, but let's think about it this way. Before the supermarket came to being, or any other food source that you have there, like the food markets and so on and so forth, before those came about, a lot of us were hunters and gatherers. A lot of us like planted our own food. We would make our food based on what was available. We do not go to the, we do not go out to the field to and carry a market list with us, and that would dictate like what food we will get from the field. It's the other way around. With the supermarket, we carry a list with us to buy stuff. You know, we dictate what we buy rather the environment dictating what we should get. You get the difference? I hope you get the difference. Please let me know later if you need this clarified. So you want to learn from the environment. And just as an example, okay, note that this is not something, not just my idea. This is an idea that has been going on already. So there's what you call place-based learning. So because people are trying to know their place more, trying to know what is in there, what they can learn from it, instead of like, you know, doing things at a universal level, you know, doing what the other people are doing across the globe. It's quite difficult doing that. Like, let me give you a simple example. In my case, for example, I am in the US. I, of course, would like to eat the traditional foods from the Philippines, but it's not easy because it's expensive. Because you have to buy imported foods. It's not sustainable, right? So now, one of the things I'm doing to counter that is to relearn what is around me. Okay, so the picture that you see here is me with an ethnobotanist. His name is Mark. Oh gosh, now I'm forgetting his last name. He's a good friend. Oh, okay. Don't tell him I forgot. So I asked him when he visited me in my house to tour me around our house. Okay, to show me what I can eat. So it can be weeds, it can be plants whatsoever. So he was actually pointing here some weeds that I can eat, and I made into pesto a couple of months ago. So what am I trying to point at here? There are things that we could learn from our environment. We could pick up from there. That is how cuisine was invented anyway, right? So we can create new inventions, and this is nothing new. For example, Thanksgiving that we're celebrating here in the US, they always say it's a tradition, but it's just a new tradition. I don't know in the Indonesia if you're promoting a national cuisine there. In other countries, they're promoting a national cuisine, but that is also invented because we don't have national cuisine. We have more of regional cuisines. Okay, and if you need more on that, I can talk more about that later. Now, because we're running out of time, and I hope I could still talk for maybe 5 minutes, Rama. I was talking about reconnections. For us to revive our cultural memory of our food knowledge, for us to create new stuff, we have to have reconnections. However, there are points of disconnection in our society. Let me give you examples. So these are the ones that promote or do not promote knowledge formation or knowledge remembering. Okay, we have culinary culture bearers that we are losing. Old people They're carrying their recipes to the grave, right? So are we asking them? Are we apprenticing with them when they cook? Do we listen to them? A lot of people nowadays, because it's very the modern days, the modernization is actually characterized by a very individualistic society. Us being very getting more individualistic now, especially with devices, cell phones and so on and so forth. We do not really listen much now or engage with our older folks. Unfortunately, they are carriers of our culture. So we have to pay attention to them. What do they know? Before my grandma passed away 2 years ago, at least I was able to ask her a few things. It's not as much as I wanted to, but at least I was able to video some of the things that she shared with me. And these are some initiatives that you could do. Some other disconnection, biodiversity erosion. Maybe you want to do something, you want to make something. However, the material is not there anymore. Maybe there is something that you use to heal a certain sickness, but it has already been lost because of illegal logging, because of the ecosystems that have been destroyed by intensive agriculture, right? Or maybe because we don't have access to resources, that's why we're disconnected. We don't have access to resources, maybe because we don't have money. Maybe because, like, for example, indigenous people groups, sometimes instead of allowing them to roam around their territories, they are just concentrated on certain areas because the areas that they've been roaming around are now protected areas. So they can't access the same food that they know. So they're losing their knowledge there. We're losing the knowledge that they have as well. We could actually use those, borrow from them. So you could see here disconnections this disconnections show how it's a systemic problem. If we want to promote traditional foods, if we want to promote these foods that we think are healthy, we are not just going to force tell people, oh, you better eat this, better eat that. That doesn't work because there are systemic issues. Maybe they don't have money, just like the condensed milk issue, right? They may like milk, but they don't have money. So we have to fix the other parts of our problem if we want to promote traditional food. And then lastly, for the area of disconnection is industrialized food. Now, before I speak any further about industrialized food, I am not in any way here saying that it is evil, that we should eliminate it. I'm talking about processed foods here, ultra-processed foods. But I'm just saying that there are some things that we have to consider, or there are some things that we can do so that the industrial food does not really become more of a danger to us. Because what are these issues that we have about industrialized food? Okay, they're convenient, which is good, right? We need it once in a while. You are very busy, I'm guessing. A lot of you are. We need to travel once in a while, and we need convenient stuff. However, if we just always stick with convenience, that keeps us from using the resources that we are supposed to use. If you don't use them, you lose them. If we do not make it from scratch, we forget about it. We are de-skilled. So convenience has some issues. So for some other cultures, I heard that convenience foods helps because if they're in another country, because they cannot find the ingredients like the spices, it helps in keeping the food that they want, that they know, that that may be healthy. But of course, not all the time convenience food is good. Industrialized food is delocalized, meaning it is produced farther from where it is actually manufactured, farther from where it is from. What are the disadvantages of this? We do not see how it is made. We do not know how to make it anymore. Okay, we are just now relying on them who are making it. That again removes our skill. And let me point out a few more relating to the localized industrialized food system later. Now, point 3, it limits diversity. Oh, okay. So I have an example. I have a picture of apples here just to show you like how much diversity of food there is. Like, for example, apples. Okay, when we started making this Apple industry bigger, okay, so it has actually been distributed by bigger chains and flew to different parts of the globe very far. So it actually removed the diversity in a way that, for example, only the apples that can stay, what do you call this, intact during the travel, right? When they get to the place, it should still be hard. It should still be okay, no bruises. So it limits the diversity of food that we have. The same is true with the processing of the food because they normally just choose like the same size of the pineapple, right? Because if they want to put the pineapple in a can, they have to mechanize it in a way that when they actually put the pineapple, they slice it in the same slice so that it would fit in the can, and people will not complain that it's not, it's inconsistent sizes. So we're losing diversity in essence because of the industrialization of the food. And there are also unidentified food objects. This is a term from Claude Fischler, a French sociologist. So we don't know what is in our food anymore. Like, first of all, we said it's delocalized, it's far from its production. We don't know what's put in there. We don't know that condensed milk has a lot of sugar. We don't know that non-dairy creamer actually is not milk. It is just vegetable oil. We don't know that condensed filled milk is just vegetable oil too. It's not really milk fat that you have there. But in addition to that, you have unidentified food objects, like what you see on the lower right picture. This is a ingredient label for bread that you typically get from the supermarket. So do you know what is here? I guess from my own perspective, I just really could understand or comprehend, like there's wheat, there's water, there's sugar, there should be yeast somewhere, but I know there's yeast, but the rest I do not really know, right? I mean, of course, unless you're a food scientist, so you know what these are for. Michael Pollan, one of the very popular food journalists, was talking about, like, if you want to eat food that's healthy or wholesome, you better eat food that doesn't have food that you cannot mispronounce, or your grandma still should know the ingredients that are there, or that you should not buy food that has more than 15 ingredients because most likely those are, just chemicals, preservatives whatsoever. And then second to the last concept, we have hypersensory food. Because there is a large competition across these different companies, they tend to attract us. Well, through the labels, through the marketing schemes. If you go to the supermarkets, maybe there are like sounds, commercials would have all these colors. But the food as well, they increase the flavors, the salt, the sugar, and also some of the flavors. And I can go on and on with those, but for the interest of time, let me, or maybe I just one more example, okay? For example, my favorite example, vanilla. I guess some of you use vanilla in making food. You use it for making ice cream, making maybe some drinks. Vanilla comes from the second most expensive spice in the world, vanilla. It's the vanilla orchid. So you get vanilla from there, but a lot of the vanilla that we get is just synthesized in the laboratory. Okay, instead of just immersing the vanilla pod in the bin in the extract alcohol rather, they're just they're just creating vanillin in the laboratory. They synthesize it from other items because they already identified what molecules or what compounds are there in vanilla. They identified vanillin is a very big compound in vanilla, so they just use vanillin for making vanilla extract. But you know what, there are so many other compounds that are in vanilla that are not found in the vanilla extract because it's just vanillin that they use there. So we're losing a lot of things. We're losing our sense of taste in the process. We do not know what the real vanilla taste is. Now, last concept, but not the least, we always think of industrial food as modern. So nowadays, this is slowly being reversed, but we still see a lot of this. I was just talking to a colleague maybe a week ago, and he was saying that he had 3 kids. So on the first 3 kids, when he were sending them to school, they were making cookies for them, and the kids loved their cookies. They were homemade. When they had their fourth child, okay, they all the 4 kids don't like the cookies that their mom makes in the house. Why? Because they like the cookies in the school already that are made, manufactured by an industrial manufacturer. You know, it comes with a pretty label, with pretty packaging. It makes, homemade stuff backward. We always have that conception, like, say, for example, something is packaged better. We think it's backward. It's a big concept, a lot of things we lose because of its backwardness. So these are things that need to be, addressed. Now, just to summarize, what are the takeaway from this talk? We have food illiteracy problems, and there are so many, causes or factors causing this. But what I have focused in this presentation is the illiteracy due to a cultural knowledge disconnect. Because we are imposing concepts that are very strange to us, very hard to understand. So for us to understand something more, maybe so that we can be more successful with our nutrition interventions or nutrition education, maybe we have to take stock of what we have. So we go back to our local food knowledge, something that we may understand better. And so we could, to remember this local food knowledge, or to create this local food knowledge that we may have lost, we have to reconnect with our food environment. And so let us not be afraid of creating new traditions. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to your comments, to your questions, to your additions. I love to learn more about your food culture as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie. So we have few questions here. First one from Nuriani. She has 2 questions. So the first one, what do you think about the food industry have role to influence food literacy in societies? And the second one, what do you think about local or traditional food, which most of high density in carb and low fruit and vegetables, such in Indonesia local food? It's good for fulfill nutrition needs.
Thank you for the questions, Nuriani. So let me try to answer the first one. And you did ask a very difficult question. It's a very difficult question. I do not know if I can answer this. So what do you think about the food industry have a role in the food literacy? They have a big role, certainly, right? Because we as nutritionists never had the same impact on our society because we do not have the money, we do not have the means, right, to actually give out all this nutrition education, right? What do we do in the communities? I mean, I don't know with you in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, it always goes back to we don't have funds, right? So we try to send out people to teach people in the communities, but then people in the health offices are already very overworked. We don't have enough staff. So that's one issue, right? And then if our messages do not get to the people, then all these industries have this advertisement. So it's quite a tough competition. So they do have a role. All right, so it is actually very challenging for them to do this because they have their own motivations, of course. They want to promote their product as much as possible. They want to increase the profit. They want to push their products, right? So they would actually have all these creative messages that are, they use not just concepts in nutrition, but they use images to promote the messages, like for nutrition messages, like for example, luxury or comfort, or for you to belong to a community, or this, or for you to have like high social class. You know, these are the things that they use. So it it will take a lot of dialogue, conversation between nutritionists, health practitioners, and with the industry to have this done, like what messages we want said. I guess we do not want to criminalize the industry. Rather, we want to work with them, I would say, in doing this. And I don't have exact answers for that, because we would have to negotiate things, because they have their message they want to share. We have our message we want to share. I hope I answered that question. And then what do you think about local traditional food, which most of high density in carb and low fruit and vegetables in Indonesia? Local food, it's good for fulfill nutrition needs. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, you are asking, maybe it's a problem, right? Like, because a lot of the traditional food are high density, I mean, high in carbohydrate, and not so much on fruit, right? I guess that is the question. So how will it fulfill our nutrition needs? Um, are one of the Okay, so you are right in pointing out that, of course, I think you're alluding to the importance of the diversity of food in promoting nutrition. And the problem is it's not a lot of fruit and vegetables. Is it really not a lot of fruits and vegetables? Because my impression is there is a lot. Um, are we talking about like cooked street food, for example, or just the ones available in the supermarket? Because from my understanding, the Philippines is like in the same boat as Indonesia. We live in a very mega biodiverse community, biological community environment, and so there is a lot out there. I guess that is where the role of us, like discovering those, knowing them, and then sharing them with the others. So that is actually what we need to do. Like, again, like what I did with the chocolate example, it's about like sharing. It's about commensality. And when I talk about commensality, it's like being hospitable, being sharing meals together. I guess that is a way of sharing it at a lower local scale. Okay, so I do not know if I answered the question, but feel free to follow up on it. Okay, but my thing is, there's a lot out there that I know. Should I go ahead with the next question, Rama?
I think just two questions.
Oh,
The other one is just comments.
okay.
We have the new question from Wiwi Ulfaira. After the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a change in diet. The decline in farming and other traditional activities led to increased sedentary behavior and less physical activity. In addition, the destruction of long-standing food agricultural systems and the replacement of indigenous foods with a diet composed primarily of modern refined foods. How to be able to change the behavior that has settled back to a normal situation, and they can eat healthily traditional food. So I think this is about how to be able to change the behavior that has changed with after the COVID-19 pandemic. How we go back our diet before the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right. I am not very familiar with the situation in Indonesia, particularly like the pre and post-COVID situation. But so let me just give a more general response. Okay, probably the way for me to answer this best is to say, like, to ask first is, whenever we ask people why they eat certain foods, what is the answer they give us? Do they say because it's nutritious? That's not normally our concern, right? When you ask me what my favorite food is, let me see. I would say chocolate. Obviously, I said chocolate before because it's delicious, right? Because it also has this sentimental value for me. Whenever I eat chocolate, I think of a friend, a good friend, because we have already always shared chocolate with each other. So the point being, like, sharing this example is, we do not have to teach it the nutrition way as well. All right. So I think that's the point that I have been making, like, since like almost the entire presentation, because that is not how we do things, right? We do it through taste, for example, right? Through memories. So what can we do? Oh, we share it. We share the food, right? We describe it in the way that people would like it. You know, there is this other movement. I don't know if you would call it a movement in nutrition right now. Have you heard of the concept called hedonic nutrition? Doing it more in the hedonic manner. So hedonic means pleasure. Okay, so doing nutrition more in a pleasurable way. So again, this does not promote nutrients, because nutrients, they think, is very stressful way of doing it. This is more through pleasure. So they are actually presenting food now more of, oh, this is good. Like, say, okay, what are your not so favorite foods? My not so favorite food is bitter melon. You have bitter melon there, I think, right? It's a very bitter gourd. Do you have that? Well, anyway, think of something that you do not like so much, right? But then, there's a way of making it sexy, right? Let me give you an example. Uh, I have a friend. She is actually very popular in the Philippines and in abroad. Her name is Ami Besa. She is promoting culinary heritage of the Philippines. So she has a restaurant in New York. She has a restaurant in the Philippines. She does these things more, what do you call this, responsibly. So she gets the food from the farmers. She knows what the food is like. She talked speaking about, like, being connected with the food environment. She is very connected with the food environment. So she knows what goes into the food. She knows what's the story behind it. She knows the family who grows it, you know. So when customers in her restaurants uh, uh, eat the food, she charges, of course, more expensive, because that is the thing with good food. It's more expensive. Unfortunately, that is the reality that we have to accept by now, because we have gotten so used to industrial food that made food very cheap. But in fact, if you're gonna eat the good food, it's really more expensive. Well, anyway, going back to the story, she, of course, has to charge the food more expensive because it was really expensive. She was also paying for the labor of the farmers. She was not, like, treating the farmers rudely by giving them, like, a very small, profit. So, but this lady, she is a very good storyteller. Very good storyteller. And this is something I should have told you earlier that I have forgotten. So thank you for this question. So this came out. So if she, like, presents bitter gourd to a person, who wouldn't normally like bitter gourd, you would like bitter gourd afterwards. Okay? I took my brother to that restaurant. My brother is very stingy. He doesn't want to really, like, spend so much money for food. He just thinks it's the same. Why is that salt special? It's just salt, blah, blah, blah. But my friend, she told all the stories about food. And my brother, after that, he was converted. He was like, I would eat that food. No, because the description. I mean, that's just part of the story, just the description. But imagine if the person saw the food, like my nephew's nieces tried the chocolate, experienced it for themselves, and then after that, they liked it. It just takes a lot of effort. All right. So these are examples how to do it. Of course, a lot of these things I'm sharing with you are things to think about. A lot of people are still thinking about these things. I am also still thinking about these things. So, yeah, this is a dialogue, a conversation that needs to continue. I hope I answered the question.
We have one question more from Windy Yarni. As you know that children really like sweet food, and also today's teenagers really like fast food. The question is, how do we teach children and also teenagers to eat healthy food?
Right. So I guess what I said earlier applies to this, but of course, this of course has a different treatment as well because we're talking about kids. So the food environment matters a lot. And the closest food environment to us is the family. A kid growing up will actually have his or her taste shaped while he's growing up. Of course, it continues, you know, like even me in my age right now, I'm still being influenced by a lot of things around me. But of course, it starts at the home, especially, of course, if you also stay at home. And even I heard maternal during the times that the children or the fetus is still in the womb, we already see some of these preferences transferring to the child. Whatever the mother's environment is, whatever the mother is eating. So it is very important what we are feeding the kids. It is very important what we are surrounding the kids. So it's not just for us to say, eat this, eat that, but you have to have it around them. And then going back to my example about McDonald's or Jollibee, you know, becoming traditional already for us, we maybe it's about time we should avoid making food as a reward. And I'm not talking about food in general, not just fast food, not just Jollibee or McDonald's as a reward, because this also applies to other foods. Like why do kids, for example, like sweets a lot? Because we also use it for reward. In psychology, it's a concept that they have actually already established. I forgot the word for it. It's an association. So because you actually use it for rewarding, it has actually grown in its value. They like it more. So, of course, other than the reward, the other opposite thing is punishment. Are we using food as punishment? Are you withholding something from the child when they do not do something? Right? Or so if you punish a kid with if you punish a child with food, then that also will grow a negative implication or a negative value for that food. So yeah, so I would focus on the food environment. That means then we as adults being with them should supervise them very well with their food items. Unfortunately, of course, the sad realities that we have right now is we are very busy because mothers, fathers are all working. There is not much supervision. And a lot of times we also let our kids watch TV a lot, they just use the internet a lot without much supervision. Those are things to take care of. We have to make boundaries, limitations, because they are very strong. We have to control the environments. I guess that is a long answer for also a complicated. Actually, there's a lot more to say about that, but I'll keep it there.
So it's interesting that you have mentioned about the food industry. So even though I'm a nutritionist, I'm still persuaded with the marketing issue, that the misleading information, especially it happens to me that I'm really interested with the collagen drinks. So even though I know what is collagen is and then what is the source, but I'm still interested to taste the product. So as a woman, we have skin problem after 30, right? So yeah, it's quite uh, you know, for me, I think like I will need to taste this, and I keep drink and drink, and nothing happens to my skin. But my sugar intake is skyrocketing, so it's so increasing so much. So I stop it now. I feel like, okay, I know the source of collagen in natural source, like you mentioned before about the place-based food. I think it's mostly the raw food, or the the place-based food.
Oh,
Mostly the
no, no,
raw
no.
food, or
No, no. Okay, sorry. I was not able to explain that very
mm-hmm.
well. When I talk about place-based, it is pretty much food from the place.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't mean it is raw, but it just means it is from the place. It is from the locality. It's something that grows there wildly, or maybe something that is cultivated.
Mm-hmm.
But pretty much it is something that is also like agrees with the culture. It is something that the culture recognizes, the culture can identify. It is something that they use. So it is like just promoting a way of doing that is sensitive to what is around you. Because we have been stuck with, food from the supermarket, food from all over the world, but we forget what is around us. And the things around us are what we can afford, more possibly, maybe because they're free, right? Remember when the COVID happened? A lot of these chains of the food chains this got disconnected because we are resorting to food that comes from far places. Because as I said earlier, it's delocalized. Food is delocalized, whether it's industrialized or not. I mean, our rice come from different, like us in the Philippines, we grow rice, but we also get imported rice, and I'm sure you also have a lot of stuff that you get from elsewhere. So when COVID happened, those got cut. I don't know if you experienced that yet. You didn't have any food coming in. So the supermarket shelves didn't have enough food, like not the food that you typically wanted. So now this actually goes back to the importance of what is around you. The problem is in our urban landscapes, a lot of the food around us is gone. Okay, so I am actually working in this field site in Pampanga, Philippines, and it has been a largely agricultural space before, but after how many years, they hardly have any gardens, they hardly have any trees. So that is a problem. I mean, you cannot resort to food from your place if you do not have these resources. Right? If everybody in that urban landscape are working and not giving time to produce traditional foods, so you are also losing that cultural aspect. So in due time, you will also lose it. So place-based is not just the material resources, but also the cultural resources in the place.
Rani, one more question for me is, so you mentioned that we may lose the traditional food if we don't have the resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we modify the traditional food, is there any chance that we will lose the original traditional food itself? For example, we add some protein source like fish in the corn soup that I mentioned you in the chat box. So, is it possible for us to lose the original the taste of this food?
Thanks, Rama. That's a very insightful question. Yes, it is very possible to lose the traditional food, their traditional taste, whatever it is. Consider the example of sushi, because this has been studied more, and this will be the concept, the principle is true for other food change. The food that we have now is not the same as the food that we had before, but we always have this imagination that it is always what it was, because it's traditional, it's what you grew up with, but that's not true. So an example, sushi. I guess it's a very familiar food item for everybody, right? Or so let me explain what it is. Sushi is a Japanese roll of rice. Oh, it doesn't have to be a roll, it can be something else. It has rice. It is flavored with vinegar, with a little sugar, salt, depending on who's baking it, and then some toppings of raw fish or whatsoever, vegetables, fermented stuff, seaweed. Now, that is the sushi that we know now. But long time ago, it was at hundreds of years ago, this was a fermented fish. Sushi was fermented fish. So it was made by fermenting it with salt and rice. And then but I think Indonesia also has that kind of product, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because other Southeast Asian countries also have it. We have it in the Philippines. We call it buro. I forgot what they call it in other Southeast Asian countries, but they have it. So this fermented food through time became less fermented, and then it just became vinegar that they add to the rice. Also, it used to be that they only had the fish and a little rice. So a little rice inside the fish cavity. But now, what do we know sushi is like? It has a lot of rice and then a little of the fish, which I'm so unhappy about because I like it with more of fish and less rice. So what am I pointing at here? That food changes and we may not be able to actually have the original one. So two things, as I said earlier, it is okay to create traditions. It is okay to have something new because the thing that we have now, for example, going back to the terasi example, it may not be as healthy as it was for a long time ago, right? So maybe there can be a little change, right? Or maybe we should just change. We keep on eating terasi, but we should just keep on exercising, right? And drinking a lot of water and eating a lot of potassium to counteract the sodium. It's not just a diet thing, right? It's a system. Like, it's not just the food that we change. We should also change. So that's one point, right? So food changes, and so it may not retain its old self. Of course, we are very sentimental about that. That's why we are sad. That's why we want to keep it that way. But sometimes it has to change, or we have to change. The other point is, so in some cultures, when they actually introduce the food, new food, they revise or change a food item, they actually keep it in they keep that, right? And then because they introduce a new food item, the other food is left behind. But in other food cultures, when they introduce something, they keep the previous one. All right. So, but the thing is, we can only keep so much in our food tradition, I mean, think about your menu for the whole week or your diet. You cannot have everything that you want. I'm trying to recall getting older, like what foods I have been eating. Like, I have already forgotten foods I have been cooking maybe 20 years ago. So that's an example, right? Like, before I was making this dish, that dish, but I'm not making it anymore. So magnify that to the culture level. It's the same because we are limited. We cannot hold everything together. We can't remember everything. There's only a limited amount that we could perceive, that we could remember. So there are really things that we would lose, but that's how culture is. We have to accept that. But at the same time, we have to accept that traditions, we can still have traditions. The problem now is because food is like changing very fast, like new food items. And this we see more, for example, here in the US, right? Because there are so many people coming in, so many migrants bringing their different food items. Of course, this is a very rich country. They get all different food items from different places. People are always hungry for new things. There's always change. Nothing stays long. I mean, that's a problem. If you do not have a food that stays long enough, doesn't stay long enough to become a tradition, you won't develop a memory of it. You won't know it. How would you know if it's nutritious or not if you do not let it stay with you for a while, right? Like, think about your iPhones, think about your cell phones. They keep on changing. What else is always changing? I mean, of course, the devices would always be the best example, right? Sometimes they don't stay with you long enough for you to like know them or have a sentimental value. Think about your relationship with friends. Like, if you don't keep your friends, keep on changing, you don't have one friend, how do you know that person? The same with food. So yes, we have to recognize that culture changes. That is true. For so many years, centuries, thousands of years, that already happened. But of course, we should still nevertheless have some things that would stay for a certain time. Did I answer your question, Rama?
Yeah, Melanie. So it's quite dilemma because in one side we have to maintain the original traditional food, but the other side we we try to increase the nutritional value with the risk that we will lose the traditional food itself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm.
Yep.
Uh,
That's the very interesting thing about culture. It's
yeah.
just that many things are fast tracking the erosion of our cultural food. Just like the issues I said earlier, biological diversity. We lose it, we also lose our cultural or our culinary diversity. Industrial food to some extent can also help, as I said. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah. Okay, Melanie, it's really interesting presentation. Thank you for sharing with us. So before we close this session, we want to virtually present you with the certificate of appreciation. It may appear in the screen right now.
Thank you, Miss Melanie, for the presentation, and have a good night. Okay, next agenda will be lunch and Salat Zuhur break. We have around 1.5 hours for the break, and all the participants are expected to be back on 12:30 p.m. Thank you and see you after lunch.
4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018 jurusan gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter kompetitif dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan. Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, prosiding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan Gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan Gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan Gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018, jurusan Gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan.
Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, prosiding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
siapa?
Itu loh, teman SMA aku yang sekelas. Dia kayaknya pernah ikut debat deh sama kamu.
Oh iya bener.
Samperin yuk.
Ayo.
Kita. Hai. Kalian ngapain di sini? Kita habis daftar di sini. Oh iya. Iya. Kamu ngapain di sini? Aku mau daftar juga. Oh iya. Iya. Kalian daftar jurusan apa emang? Kebetulan kita daftar jurusan gizi. Nah, di jurusan gizi itu mempunyai 2 program studi. Yang pertama diploma 3 gizi dan sarjana terapan gizi. Oh iya. Aku mau tahu dong, keunggulan dari prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu apa?
Mau tahu ya?
Iya.
Nah, sini aku perlihatkan. Sini ada penjelasan dari kak prodinya sendiri.
Selamat datang di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik, jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Semua orang pasti mempunyai mimpi, tapi tidak semua orang bisa mewujudkan mimpinya. Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik adalah satu-satunya program studi vokasional gizi di Provinsi Gorontalo dengan level sarjana. Keunggulan dari prodi ini adalah manajemen stunting yang akan memberikan pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa khususnya dalam pencegahan dan penanganan stunting. Contohnya, kaum milenial yang hidup di era digital akan diberikan pendidikan oleh dosen dan tenaga pendidik yang profesional tentunya, dan juga akan menikmati pengalaman yang luar biasa dalam praktikum laboratorium dan juga praktek magang di lapangan.
Bentar. Aku mau tahu dong, berapa lama sih kalau kita kuliah di prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu? Nah, untuk sarjana terapan gizi, masa studinya itu bisa dilihat di sini, dia 8 semester. Oh, seperti itu ya. Nah, terus kalau nanti udah lulus, kita mau jadi apa?
Nah, dengar dulu, di sini udah ada penjelasannya. Oke, kita lihat ulang.
Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik memiliki visi menjadi program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik terdepan yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting tahun 2024. Bisa dikatakan kuliah di sini itu sambil kuliah sekalian bisa ikut menangani stunting karena didampingi oleh tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Prospek kedepannya sangat bergantung dari misi prodi ini, yaitu Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang dikemas dalam misi prodi. Yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran secara profesional berbasis perkembangan teknologi pendidikan berkarakter dan bermutu di bidang gizi khususnya dalam manajemen stunting. Ditunjang oleh sistem pendidikan yang sesuai dengan level KKNI yang dikemas dalam kurikulum, dalam pembelajaran, dan juga tenaga pendidik profesional yang berkompeten di bidangnya. Visi kedua, mengembangkan penelitian terapan unggulan dan publikasinya di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Penelitian selalu dilakukan oleh dosen sebagai bagian dari Tridharma. Hasil dari penelitian dipublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal, baik di jurnal nasional, internasional. Selain itu juga ada dalam bentuk buku dan juga hak cipta. Yang ini sesuai dengan misi ketiga, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Contohnya, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berupa edukasi dan intervensi gizi, serta pendampingan pembuatan modifikasi pangan dari hasil penelitian. Selain itu, misi keempat dari prodi ini yaitu melakukan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan Tridharma dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu dan daya serap lulusan sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Kerjasama juga kami lakukan beberapa di antaranya dengan Poltekkes, pemerintah daerah, rumah sakit, hotel, industri, dan juga instansi pemerintah, serta instansi-instansi lain yang berkaitan dengan prodi kami.
Bagus ya. Emang fasilitas yang ada di prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu ada apa saja sih?
Nah, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. Di sini fasilitasnya sudah memadai. Coba lihat.
Sarana prasarana yang kami miliki antara lain adalah tempat pembelajaran berupa kelas. Kelas yang kami miliki ada beberapa dan bisa menampung hingga 40 mahasiswa dalam satu kelas. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium, di antaranya adalah laboratorium penyelenggaraan makanan, di laboratorium terpadu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium pangan, yaitu laboratorium multisensori, laboratorium pengolahan pangan, laboratorium PSG, laboratorium PKG, dan juga laboratorium tumbuh kembang anak. Selain laboratorium, kami juga memiliki perpustakaan yang sudah online dengan nasional. Laboratorium komputer berbasis CBT atau komputer based test. Untuk mendukung pembelajaran digital, kami menyediakan akses internet yang cukup untuk mahasiswa dan juga beberapa aplikasi yang mendukung pembelajaran berbasis digital, di antaranya LMS, website. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki learning management system yang terintegrasi dengan sistem pembelajaran di tempat kami. Mendukung ekstrakurikuler mahasiswa, kami juga memiliki beberapa lapangan olahraga dan juga auditorium untuk pertunjukan seni dan juga kegiatan lainnya.
bergabung bersama kami, Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Gizi, untuk mencegah stunting dan obesitas. Hidup Himaju Gizi!
Selain itu, kami juga memiliki fasilitas parkir yang cukup dan luas. Kemudian untuk sarana peribadatan, kami juga menyediakan masjid di dalam kampus.
Wah, keren ya. Ya udah, aku mau gabung bareng kalian aja.
Udah, ayo.
Bentar-bentar, kalian nggak sibuk kan? Enggak kok. Yuk, yuk.
Mari bergabung bersama kami program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetika profesional berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second session of today's conference. I would like to welcome Ms. Dr. Hera Nurlita, SSIT MKes, from the Directorate of Maternal and Child Nutrition and Health Indonesia, who will deliver the next presentation with the topic Optimizing Nutrition in Adolescents to Prevent Obesity in Post-Pandemic Era, moderated by Ms. Rahma Dewi Agustini, SST MKep. Ms. Rahma, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, as the Director of Polytechnic, Health of Polytechnic Gorontalo, distinguished guests, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second plenary session on the first day of the first International Conference of Health and Nutrition, ICHN 2022, organized by Department of Nutrition, Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. Okay, my name is Rahma Dewi Agustini. It's my honor to be a moderator for this session, and also it's my honor to have Dr. Hera Nurlita Yusuf here with us this afternoon, who already joined in the Zoom meeting. Okay, and I'd like to greet Dr. Hera first. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Dr. Hera.
Good afternoon. I hope the participant can my voice clearly.
Yes, we can hear your voice clearly. Okay, Dr. Hera will be delivering her speech with the topic optimizing nutrition in adolescents to prevent obesity in post-pandemic era. And before we begin, may I briefly introduce our speaker, Dr. Hera Nurlita. Oke, Dr. Hera Nurlita Yusuf, MKes, afiliasi Direktorat Gizi, Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, and she earned her doctoral in nutrition in Southeast Asian Minister Education Organization, Regional Center for Food and Nutrition, Medical Faculty, Universitas Indonesia. She got her master in Public Health and Nutrition, Medical Faculty, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also got her sarjana Sains Terapan Gizi from Medical Faculty, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Okay, from 1999 until 2007, Dr. Hera worked in Rumah Sakit Santa Teresia Jambi, and from 1999 until 2007 in Dinas Kesehatan Kota Jambi, and from 2007 until present in Direktorat Gizi Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, from 2011 until now as a fasilitator pelatihan gizi dan kesehatan, from 2014 until now as a dosen tidak tetap in UIN Syarif Hidayatullah. And from 2020 as an editor Jurnal Indonesia, Journal of Public Health Nutrition. Okay, and then Dr. Hera got some achievement in 2019, got in Tanda Kehormatan Presiden Republik Indonesia, Satya Lancana Karya Satya, and in 2016 as a Young Investigator Traveler Awards in the 48th Asia Pacific Academic Consortium for Public Health 2016 conference in Japan. And also Dr. Hera ever on behalf of MOHS Advisory Board on 6th Stockholm Forum, head of delegation from Indonesia on workshop ASEAN Nutrition Action Plan, presenter in the 13th ASEAN Congress of Nutrition, presenter in 12th ASEAN Congress of Nutrition, and many more, and also presenter in 7th Asia Pacific Conference on Clinical Nutrition. Dr. Hera have some publication. Some of them are buku konseling gizi, buku gizi untuk orang dengan HIV/AIDS, buku gizi olahraga prestasi, and publikasi in many journal. So that the brief curriculum vitae of Dr. Hera, before we begin, let me briefly explain the role of this session. So we have a total 90 minutes for this session, so perhaps Dr. Hera will deliver her talk for about 45 minutes, and followed by approximately 15 minutes for Q&A. All of the conference delegates, you can ask your question by typing your question in the chat box, or you can raise your hand in the Zoom application. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Hera Nurlita Yusuf to this session. Dr. Hera, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahma. Would you like to share my presentation from the committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Firstly, I will send my appreciation to the committee of this seminar from Poltekkes Gorontalo, and congratulations for the successful first international conference of health and conference. Next, in this time, I will share the information about adolescent and program for them, especially in Indonesia. And my presentation will divide it into 4 parts. First, I will show the background, and second, how about our foundation in Indonesia and the strategy intervention in Indonesia, and steps forward for adolescent program in Indonesia. Next slide. Honorable participant. I think we realize this addressing the nutrition needs of adolescents is important, because when they are become healthy adolescent, it will be give positive to have pregnancy and raise healthy children, and will be contributing to a cycle nutrition improvement, including reduce the stunting. So, step towards breaking the vicious cycle of intergenerational malnutrition and chronic disease, and of course poverty, and with achieving global target 2030 long-term development program for not for world and for Indonesia. Next slide. Okay. Indonesia concerned about addressing the nutrition need of adolescent is important. So all the nutrition problem in Indonesia is become the concern of our government. Indonesia put the double burden of malnutrition, including obesity, into our policy direction and indicator in National Medium-Term Development Planning, or we call RPDMN 2020-2024. And the policy direction for nutrition is included in health direction to improving health services towards universal health coverage, especially strengthening primary health care by encouraging promotive and preventive efforts supported by innovation and technology. We strengthening health delivery, promotion and prevention action, and we strengthen this system, especially for digital and technology. Next slide. Realize the nutrition status and health condition during adolescence is important. Indonesia has provided some regulation related to policy of school-age children and adolescent health, and has established we have interest number 1 for 2017 is about community healthy movement. Is to encourage physical activity, eating fruit and vegetable, and checking healthy regularly to make all the adolescent and the people healthier. And we have the regulation, but joint regulation with foreign minister is responsible, the role of responsibility of foreign minister related to school health program. And another regulation like Ministry of Health Act number 25 2014 is about children health, is discussed about school health program and adolescent friendly health services. And of course, we have a government regulation number 61 year 2014 on reproductive health. So there's so many regulation can give or umbrella for our program in Indonesia. So this our concern to make our adolescent is healthy and become nutritious. Next slide. Okay, if we see the condition, if we want to build a program for community, we should know the real condition in community. And if we see the condition of adolescents now, Indonesia facing to double burden because poor of dietary intake, less consumption of food and vegetable, excessive intake of sugar, salt, and fat, and lack of physical activity. And because of pandemic, changing condition contact is make the activity less than before. So is become our concern to make a adjustment to prevent malnutrition in adolescent. In the data, we can see that prevalence obesity in adult is increasing from 2013 until 28, and the risk of factor is increasing too. Next slide. Okay, we can see all the problem in our current situation because so many factors we should give attention, not only about nutrition in adolescent, but of course another factor like personal hygiene and physical activity, and we can see the mental health because the mental health can influence the activity of the adolescent. And if we see the health reproduction, we can see 16.47 of adolescent girls got their first pregnancy at the age of 17 until 18 years. Why we give the attention to this reproduction health? Because we still have the nutrition problem can give the danger condition to the pregnancy because 32% adolescent is anemia, 15 until 24 years old. And in another side, their consumption of protein quality is still low. That's why the nutrition or nutritionist or dietitian is important to give the nutrition education to improve this quality, especially for the consumption of the protein and anemia, because we know if the pregnant woman anemia, it can influence the result of the baby, and if the adolescent suffer from chronic malnutrition and anemia, is adversely impact their health and development, and the height of contribute increased morbidity and mortality in Indonesia, especially mother and infant and young child mortality. Next slide. Okay, that's the many problems we have seen. So how about dietary pattern? If we see the dietary pattern, we can see in 10 years, the dietary risk give the higher influence maybe, or become the higher influence to give the risk of non-communicable disease and mortality and morbidity risk factor in Indonesia. And if we see the food daily consumption pattern in Indonesia, is still not good, because the data show that there is this tendency for increase in consumption of health of risk food, and only 1 of 10% people in Indonesia with enough consumption of food and vegetable. The biggest consumption allocation for food is for processing food. This certainly contribute greatly to the risk of communicable disease because of poor low sanitation, maybe and high sugar, high fat, and high salt, because it's processed food. Food consumption is not balanced. It means our diet is poor, and in the COVID-19 outcome have highlighted the importance of improving nutrition for good health, tackling poor diet and malnutrition, and underlying inequity policy and system that drive them is therefore critical part of recovering from the impact of pandemic and ensuring population are resilient to such shocks in the future. That's why we should consider about the condition. Another data next. So next slide. Another data show the same condition that contribute from food from sugar, salt, and fat is increasing and is make higher risk of mortality in Indonesia. Next slide. This the data show in a COVID-19 is the obstacle for us, because before pandemic we still have obesity among adults more than 18 is 21.8, and when the pandemic comes, the activity is reduced, work from home, school from home, and many activity, online shopping to buying food during COVID-19. Risk of lack of activity and risk of increasing of fast food consumption is become elevated, increasing intake of sugar, salt, and fat. And of course, because of this is elevated risk of obesity and rising comorbid during COVID-19 because the less cardiorespiratory and hyperactivitas immunitas. That's why we concern about obstacle of COVID-19 and obesity. Next slide. Honorable participant, we realize the important program for adolescents, and we realize that COVID-19 gave the impact, so we should make adjustment because of the condition pandemic COVID-19. We conduct some activity, adjustment of health services, especially for school children and adolescents at the community level and puskesmas during COVID-19 period, like how to deliver iron folic supplementation to the adolescent girl during COVID-19. We improve IC material media to prevent COVID-19 and healthy living behavior for school children and adolescents during COVID-19. So many kind of IC material, and we maximizing utilization the information technology during for health monitoring, need assessment of school age children, and some modifications through school like a madrasa children during COVID-19, how they can moving even school from home, something like that, and optimizing the role of family, because the family have the important role to influence their adolescent to become active and consume more healthy diet every day when they at home. And we prepare the IC material, the information, and we do the socialization, how to back to school protocol. It's preparation them to back to school in a healthier condition, and how to prepare to improve their immunitas through proper food prepared from home, something like this. Next slide. For ensure the sustainability of essential health services, we can show in this slide that we developed and implemented guideline for modified services on essential health intervention for all human and cycle, including for adolescent girls. This some of the information material, and we encouraging continuing of services, provider training through online platform to improve service delivery, especially for health workers, and give to raise public knowledge and awareness about the nutrition and about the pandemic, and how to make adjustment through dissemination of information. And of course, we always active to community engagement in humanitarian setting, because the COVID-19 is become a becomes emergency. How they can prevent the COVID-19 and the protocol living with the COVID-19. Next slide. Okay. The main strategy suggesting for improving adolescent nutrition include food-based strategy like dietary diversification we can do, and food fortification for ensuring adequate nutrition at household level, start from households, addressing behavior modification to bring about dietary changing in adolescents. I hope this activity can be used to identify gaps and serve guide to researchers for undertaking research in priority area to generate evidence for strategy intervention, use the technology advanced. For policymaker and for Politeknik Kesehatan, it can be helped to provide effective nutrition intervention in a school or in a small area or in a big population, and of course it will be effective for the children. This the framework we can prepare to make a strategy and policy action in Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide. These slides show the currently active programs We have two activities. Two big activity is adolescent-friendly health services. This activity conducting in services in primary healthcare is focused for medical services, communication, information, and education. Maybe after graduated, the nutritionist for Poltekkes Gorontalo will work in these health facilities. What she or he can do in health facilities, especially for adolescent. And for outreach services, we have two kind of activity is 80% in a school and 20% out of school, because we know that some people that doesn't have access to get to the school. In the school, we have UKS. It is the school health program, and some activity healthy school implementation. We have a new program. The name is Aksi Bergizi. Next slide, I will say. And for the out of school, we have community activity like adolescent-friendly health services in prison or shelter, and adolescent integrated health post, jadi pos kesehatan remaja in Indonesia. And we have Saka Bakti Husada, the health squad, to provide special skill regarding the healthcare to youth and squad. And adolescent reproductive health services in disaster situation. Next slide. This is the Aksi Bergizi. Aksi Bergizi, we can say nutrition action. This the new program we launched. What is the activity of Aksi Bergizi is focused on the school nutrition program, especially for adolescent. The activity is weekly iron folic acid supplementation. We encourage multi-sector nutrition learning module. Provide multi-sector nutrition learning module and give the information about sensitive social behavior and communication. This activity conducted through health services system, and strengthening how to advocacy the government in special area, give the behavior change communication related and to the adolescent, and make a coordination between all the minister or OPD, perangkat daerah atau in Jakarta we can say Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Religion, something like that. And after that, we conduct monitoring, evaluation, and make a capacity building in this action. Next slide. This is the theory from WHO how to combat overweight and activity. And next slide. We can say, and we can do in Indonesia, to prevent obesity is prevent non-communicable disease. How we can do reduce high sodium food consumption, because we can see the consumption, our consumption is still high, fats, sugar, and salt, and fat reduction and reducing among trans fat and cholesterol food, and we encouraging adolescents to reduce risk of harm from alcohol. This some recommendation for prevent obesity and NCD for our adolescent. Next slide. And we always campaigns and give the more information about healthy lifestyle through balanced diet, and every nutritionist I think need to know well about balanced diet in Indonesia, because one of good information about how to prepare appropriate food and daily consumption in a normal situation and during pandemic too. The information gives the have a four principle. It is fulfillment through diverse food. The important things that there is no king of food, so we should consume diverse food. And the second is food safety, is how to clean a healthy lifestyle is part of our activity to fulfill the balanced diet. And the third is physical activity, because to make it balanced, not only concern about input, but we should consider about output. So the physical activity is part of to burning our energy to make the balanced diet in our body. And the fourth is regularly weight monitoring. So when communities learn more about good nutrition, and they will make healthier choice in all conditions on all situations. Next slide. Ministry of Health of Indonesia provides Germas. Germas is a movement to increase awareness, willingness, and ability for everyone to implement healthy lifestyle integrated cross-sector. Why it is important? Because to prevent obesity, we should consider another ministry of minister and all sectors should work together to give the support to make the healthy environment to prevent the obesity. Next slide. If we see all the presentation, we can see that we still have the challenge on obesity in Indonesia. We can see the demography transition, because our population, especially adolescent, is higher now. And in another side, we still have stunting problem. Is one of the outcome of the nutrition problem that have many attention. The condition of stunting may translate into future risk of high obesity among adult or among adolescents. So that why that's our challenging. And in another side, we still have sedentary life and least physical activity, especially during COVID-19, because of work from home and school from home, is sedentary life is increasing. And another side, we can say that the unbalanced diet, because processing food and online food is become higher than before. So the important thing we should consider about food system and market mechanism to give the information about balanced nutrition food is not expensive. So the healthy food is not expensive, but it's give more advantages than the processed food. And community should know that changing behavior need persistent and therefore and supported by regulation. And if we see from my presentation, we have some regulation, and the important thing how to make it realized in the community, and community now that our regulation is enough, but now is how to act to make it better and to make it action in the field, I think. And as we know, the metabolism regulation is complex for our body, so every adolescent have a specific or special characteristic. So don't compare one to another, and try to find the specific condition to our body and what is the proper for your food and what is the factor to make you obese or overweight. So you can choose proper intervention to make it healthier or make it reduce your weight day from the next slide. The last slide, I want to give a conclusion that obesity is need a strengthening the role of all action, government and non-government affairs. And for the research, for the academics, like for takers, researchers, it's including conducted research and prepare recommendation, because the research from the academics is will give a base for make regulation better, and how to conduct the social behavior change communication, what is the appropriate communication campaign and outreach strategy can be adapted to the local context, because maybe in a Gorontalo or in Indonesia, another country in Indonesia have a special different local context. And the second is provide assistance to local government in capacity building related to intervention, accelerate stunting reduction. Reduction stunting, and we can get the reduction of obesity in the future, so something like that. And don't forget to always monitoring and evaluation for all activities, and group participant in implementing social accountability. And encourage another initiative, make innovation based on the factor that's influence the problem, and make the good practice based on local policy to accelerate stunting reduction and obese reduction in Indonesia, especially in adolescents. Maybe that's all of my presentation. Thank you very much. Back to moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hera, for the very wonderful and also insightful material about the how to prevent obesity, moreover in adolescent. Okay, I think we have one question, Dr. Hera, in the chat box. Okay, the question come from Miss Nuriani. So she asked, thank you, Dr. Hera, for a very nice presentation. After the pandemic, we know that there are different lifestyle before and after pandemic. What do you think the best approach that we can make to increase physical activity, especially in adolescents?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Nuriani, yes, adolescent must know, I think adolescent must know that pandemic is still on. So the important thing is how to change your life to become healthier. You can do many things or can do healthy activity even you are not go to school. That's the first thing. And the second thing, how to make the adolescents and their family knows that the best food is the food prepared from home, because we know how to prepare very well and now the source of food is halal from us, and the other information you can know very completely about the food and preparation. That's okay. Yeah. And the third, how to encourage community, to encourage a community to give the time, to give the ruang public area to make healthier. So like in Jakarta, we have more larger pedestrian. We can we can running or we can walk. If we wanna go to some place to another place, so always moving and change your life become healthier. So choose the nutritious food. You can start from your plate with a balanced diet. So COVID-19 will become our friendly. Don't worry about COVID-19, but how to prepare your body to strong and can combat the COVID-19, something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we need the role from parents and also from government. Yeah, Dr. Hera. As an adolescent, we can, if we go to school, we can bring our food from home, and also we need the government support to make some pedestrian more. So adolescent and also children can move out from their house. Okay, Dr. Hera, we have one more question in the chat box from Ms. Niwayan Devi Antari. So the question is, why you think this topic is very important to discuss, even though today's youth and adults prefer to ignore what people say for the sake of their health, and whether, in your opinion, the efforts you have made can reduce stunting rates and obesity in Indonesia?
Of course, we should be optimistic. We can reduce stunting and obesity in Indonesia because we have conducted so many programs, and we have the strengthening regulation, and we can see the RPJMN, mid to long-term planning, give the support for our budgeting, for our program, for our community, to change the condition to make become healthier and reduce stunting, and of course reduce healthier. That's the important for our condition. Regulation is give umbrella for our community activity. That's why optimist we can reach the target of reduce stunting and of course to reduce obesity. And what's about I'm sorry. And why we important to discuss? Yeah, because we still have the problem. So with the discuss, we can share the information and we can find the solution for our problem. I think something. Maybe that's my answer for Niwayan, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hera. Maybe we have some question. Okay, the next question come from Miss Nurul Sulistio. She asks, what about the trend consumption of fruit and vegetables still low and increased sugar beverage that can infrastructure NCD? Do you think that education program can change the trend in adolescent? Thank you.
Yes, fruit and vegetable. Our prefer to fruit and vegetable in our community is not good because I think we can see from the consumption is still low. If you see another country, maybe the price of fruit in Indonesia is high than another country like Mediterranean, maybe because they fruit and vegetable is the most food in their plate, so they become cheaper. Become cheaper. So the regulation provide how to make the fruit and vegetable is become cheaper, and why we prefer to buy fast food because the interesting of fast food and the satisfied taste of sweetness is become addicted for your body, so you need more and more, and that's why you need more food, especially processed food. I think that's why we prefer to buy processed food, especially in front of your HP or in your finger, because it's more easier and cheaper, and there's so many promotion for that. So in this way, maybe in next forward, maybe we should consider about how make the fruit and vegetable is more cheaper and can be put lebih tahan, maksudnya not tidak mudah busuk di dalam kulkas seperti itu. Mungkin seperti itu ya.
Okay, thank you. So actually, we are now facing the new challenge, whether in the young people now consume social media very high, and then there are so many advertising in fast food and beverage business is getting increased today. So I think getting fast food is really fast and delicious, but it doesn't mean good for us. Okay, thank you. And then, there are so many questions in the chat box. We have Miss Wiwi Ulfaira. She asks about optimizing the role of families, health workers, teachers, and community to break the chain. How you specifically strategy to prevent or facing anemia and obesity if only one or two roles can work optimally? As we know that there are family busy with their work and not concerned with current health issue.
Hmm, yeah, busy
Busy parent.
busy parents. Okay, busy parent.
Yeah.
Discuss about busy parent. Maybe the very busy parent is living in Jakarta, but we can still prepare our breakfast from home because we realize the important things is now that prepare food and nutritious food is start from home. So we realize to prepare our children breakfast. Yeah, we wake up early morning to prepare it and encourage the school, maybe support the school to prepare lunch box for our children, and we can do that by the school and or by teacher, and is the activity is can implementation of healthy school. Jadi healthy school using Trias UKS. We still have Trias UKS itu kegiatan UKS itu we have three activity in UKS is health education, give the information to encourage the healthy and nutritious education, and health services that health services not only give the treatment when you accident, but give the health services to give nutritious food is something like that, and provide a healthy school environment that can make adolescent moving from one class to another class or change their chair and another sport activity and another activity to make their moving and more active in the school. So I think the parents have the big role, and the school is the second place that have a big role to make the adolescent healthier. Then the activity can conduct using UKS in every school, even in madrasah, something like that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hera, for very clear explanation. Okay, Miss Wiwi Ulfaira has an additional question. She asked that, or maybe families in small city that have not been exposed to nutrition education.
No, it's not about nutrition. Maybe it's different focus. Yeah. I go to the small city. Maybe last year I go to the small city. They have enough time, more available time with their family. So sometimes if we have more time, kita kurang menghargai waktu to prepare our food, something like that. Yeah. But for us, we have only small time, but how to make the small time is more quality for everything. And that's maybe need the bigger effort, but don't worry, the result is will not deny you. Something like that.
Okay, thank you. We will see in the chat box. Maybe there are another question. Not yet. Okay, thank you, Dr. Hera, for your very wonderful explanation about how to prevent obesity in the post-pandemic era. I think that's all. Thank you very much for joining us with Nutrition Department and Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. Very much appreciated. And then we would like to give you an appreciation in the form of certificate. Please accept it even though it is virtual, Dr. Hera. And maybe the committee can help to take some documentation, take the picture.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, Ms. Rahma. Thank you and congratulations for this seminar, for the committee, and maybe the quotes is the children and adolescent of today are the adult of tomorrow, and that's our future. And success for all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Hera. Thank you, and for all audience, thank you very much for being a very wonderful participant in the session. Hopefully to see you again in the next opportunities. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Mrs. MC. Terima kasih.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo merupakan satu dari 4 jurusan yang ada di Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sejarah berdirinya jurusan gizi diawali dengan terbentuknya program studi Diploma 3 Gizi pada tahun 2003. Alhamdulillah pada tanggal 2 Agustus tahun 2007, jurusan gizi berdiri secara resmi bersamaan dengan berdirinya Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ditandai dengan terbitnya surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 890. Jurusan gizi terus mengembangkan diri, yang mana pada tahun 2018 keluar izin operasional program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Sehingga sejak tahun 2018, jurusan gizi sudah memiliki 2 program studi, yaitu program studi Diploma 3 Gizi dan program studi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik.
Visi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo adalah menjadi program studi Diploma 3 Gizi berkarakter, kompetitif, dan terdepan dalam bidang gizi pangan lokal di tingkat nasional tahun 2024. Untuk mencapai visi yang ditetapkan hingga tahun 2024, program studi Diploma 3 Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki misi yang relevan, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian yang bermutu dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten, profesional, dan berdaya saing secara nasional. Melaksanakan penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya pangan lokal yang terpublikasi nasional dan internasional. Melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang gizi yang tepat guna, berbasis hasil penelitian dengan berorientasi pada pemanfaatan pangan lokal.
Saat ini kita berada di Laboratorium Jurusan Gizi Politeknik Kesehatan Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini terdiri dari 7 laboratorium, yaitu Laboratorium Penyuluhan dan Konsultasi Gizi, Laboratorium Penilaian Status Gizi, Laboratorium Ilmu Pangan, Laboratorium Uji Cita Rasa, Laboratorium Penyelenggaraan Makanan. Laboratorium Kimia, Laboratorium Mikrobiologi,
Misi yang kedua, menyelenggarakan manajemen secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan dengan tujuan untuk menghasilkan pengelolaan manajemen sumber daya manusia, keuangan, sarana, dan prasarana secara profesional, transparan, akuntabel, dan berkeadilan. Misi yang ketiga, meningkatkan dan mengembangkan kerjasama dengan mitra terkait dengan tujuan untuk menjalin kerjasama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat serta pendayagunaan lulusan.
Selamat datang di Perpustakaan Terpadu Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo memberikan layanan penelusuran koleksi berupa buku, e-book, jurnal terakreditasi, jurnal internasional, majalah dan surat kabar, proceeding serta karya tulis ilmiah yang tersedia dalam bentuk tercetak dan elektronik. Perpustakaan Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo dapat juga diakses di perpustakaan@poltekkesgorontalo.ac.id.
Selamat datang di Laboratorium Multimedia Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Laboratorium ini mempunyai 78 unit komputer yang digunakan sebagai proses pembelajaran mata kuliah aplikasi komputer dan CBT Center pada uji kompetensi.
Selamat datang di ruangan Himaju Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Ruangan ini biasa kami gunakan untuk kegiatan kemahasiswaan seperti berdiskusi tentang penyusunan program kerja, rapat evaluasi program kerja yang sudah terjalankan, dan tempat bagi kami untuk membicarakan hambatan atau kendala apa saja yang terjadi selama menjalankan program kerja.
Siapa?
Itu loh, teman SMA aku di sekelas. Dia kayaknya pernah ikut debat deh sama kamu.
Oh iya bener.
Samperin yuk.
Ayo.
Kita. Hai. Kalian ngapain di sini? Kita habis daftar di sini. Oh iya. Iya. Kamu ngapain di sini? Aku mau daftar juga. Oh iya. Iya. Kalian daftar jurusan apa emang? Kebetulan kita daftar jurusan gizi. Nah, di jurusan gizi itu mempunyai 2 program studi. Yang pertama diploma 3 gizi dan sarjana terapan gizi. Oh iya. Aku mau tahu dong, keunggulan dari prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu apa?
Mau tahu ya?
Iya.
Nah, sini aku perlihatkan. Sini ada penjelasan dari Kak Prodinya sendiri.
Selamat datang di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik, jurusan Gizi Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Semua orang pasti mempunyai mimpi, tapi tidak semua orang bisa mewujudkan mimpinya. Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik adalah satu-satunya program studi vokasional gizi di Provinsi Gorontalo dengan level sarjana. Keunggulan dari prodi ini adalah manajemen stunting yang akan memberikan pengetahuan dan pengalaman yang luar biasa khususnya dalam pencegahan dan penanganan stunting. Contohnya, kaum milenial yang hidup di era digital akan diberikan pendidikan oleh dosen dan tenaga pendidik yang profesional tentunya, dan juga akan menikmati pengalaman yang luar biasa dalam praktikum laboratorium dan juga praktek magang di lapangan.
Bentar. Aku mau tahu dong, berapa lama sih kalau kita kuliah di Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi itu?
Nah, untuk sarjana terapan gizi, masa studinya itu bisa dilihat di sini, dia 8 semester.
Oh, seperti itu ya. Nah, terus kalau nanti udah lulus, kita mau jadi apa?
Nah, dengar dulu, di sini udah ada penjelasannya. Ayo kita lihat ulang.
Prodi Sarjana Terapan Gizi dan Dietetik memiliki visi menjadi program studi sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik terdepan yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional dan berkarakter dalam manajemen stunting tahun 2024. Bisa dikatakan kuliah di sini itu sambil kuliah sekalian bisa ikut menangani stunting karena didampingi oleh tenaga pengajar yang profesional dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Prospek kedepannya sangat bergantung dari misi prodi ini, yaitu Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang dikemas dalam misi prodi. Yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pembelajaran secara profesional berbasis perkembangan teknologi pendidikan berkarakter dan bermutu di bidang gizi khususnya dalam manajemen stunting. Ditunjang oleh sistem pendidikan yang sesuai dengan level KKNI yang dikemas dalam kurikulum, dalam pembelajaran, dan juga tenaga pendidik profesional yang berkompeten di bidangnya. Misi kedua, mengembangkan penelitian terapan unggulan dan publikasinya di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Penelitian selalu dilakukan oleh dosen sebagai bagian dari Tridharma. Hasil dari penelitian dipublikasikan dalam bentuk jurnal, baik di jurnal nasional, internasional. Selain itu juga ada dalam bentuk buku dan juga hak cipta. Yang ini sesuai dengan misi ketiga, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berbasis hasil penelitian di bidang gizi, khususnya manajemen stunting. Contohnya, melakukan pengabdian masyarakat berupa edukasi dan intervensi gizi, serta pendampingan pembuatan modifikasi pangan dari hasil penelitian. Selain itu, misi keempat dari prodi ini yaitu melakukan jalinan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan Tridharma dalam rangka meningkatkan mutu dan daya serap lulusan sarjana terapan gizi dan dietetik. Kerjasama juga kami lakukan beberapa di antaranya dengan Poltekkes, pemerintah daerah, rumah sakit, hotel, industri, dan juga instansi pemerintah, serta instansi-instansi lain yang berkaitan dengan prodi kami.
Bagus ya. Emang fasilitas yang ada di prodi sarjana terapan gizi itu ada apa saja sih?
Nah, kamu nggak perlu khawatir. Di sini fasilitasnya sudah memadai. Coba lihat.
Sarana prasarana yang kami miliki antara lain adalah tempat pembelajaran berupa kelas. Kelas yang kami miliki ada beberapa dan bisa menampung hingga 40 mahasiswa dalam satu kelas. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki laboratorium, di antaranya adalah laboratorium penyelenggaraan makanan, di laboratorium terpadu kami juga memiliki laboratorium pangan, yaitu laboratorium multisensori, laboratorium pengolahan pangan, laboratorium PSG, laboratorium PKG, dan juga laboratorium tumbuh kembang anak. Selain laboratorium, kami juga memiliki perpustakaan yang sudah online dengan nasional. Laboratorium komputer berbasis CBT atau komputer based. Untuk mendukung pembelajaran digital, kami menyediakan akses internet yang cukup untuk mahasiswa dan juga beberapa aplikasi yang mendukung pembelajaran berbasis digital, di antaranya LMS, website. Selain itu, kami juga memiliki learning management system yang terintegrasi dengan sistem pembelajaran di tempat kami. Mendukung ekstrakurikuler mahasiswa, kami juga memiliki beberapa lapangan olahraga dan juga auditorium untuk pertunjukan seni dan juga kegiatan lainnya.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the next session will be a hybrid session, online and offline. As we are about to begin, please be seated. I have a note for the participant in this room before we begin. Please kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid interruption. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to welcome Ibu Dr. Hajah Idah Syahidah Rusli Habibi BBMH from Indonesian House of Representatives. Ibu Ida Syahidah will deliver a presentation with the topic Women Empowerment for Stunting Prevention. And this presentation will be moderated by Bapak Novian Swasono Hadi, SST, MPH. For Bapak Novian, the time is yours.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Ibu Ida Saidah Ruslia BBMH from Indonesian House Representative. Thanks for joining us today. Ibu Ida will present the topic about women environment for stunting prevention. Before the presentation, allow me to introduce Ibu Ida Saidah and her activity as a legislator. Committee, please. Full name, Ibu DRA Hajah Ida Saidah Rusli Habibi MH. Place and date of birth, Solo 11 Maret, Solo 11 March 1984. Marital status is married and religion Muslim. Occupation anggota DPR RI right now, and home address Akbar Street number 1, and office address DPR RI in Jenderal Gatot Subroto Street, Jakarta. And for the formal education, in 1985 until 1919, Sekolah Tinggi Kesejahteraan Sosial Bandung from bachelor degree, and for the magister in law in Universitas Negeri Solo. Okay, this is the CV from Ibu Ida Saidah, and now please Bu Ida Saidah, the time is yours to present your topic of today.
Tes ya. Izinkan saya berdiri. Kalau duduk nanti adik-adik nggak lihat ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati, ini yang mewakili Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. Juga yang saya hormati seluruh Civitas Akademika, peserta konferensi internasional ICHN, serta tentunya anak-anakku semua. How are you today? I'm fine, terima kasih. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia saja ya. Kalau bahasa Inggris logatnya logat Jawa. Ya, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wala quwata illa billah bahwa pada hari ini saya diberi kesempatan oleh pihak Poltekkes untuk memberikan materi tentang perempuan, ya, tentang perempuan. Ini semua perempuan, 99% perempuan. Nah, perempuan ini mempunyai peran ganda yang sangat luar biasa sekali, dan mohon maaf jadwalnya seharusnya pagi, saya minta menjelang sore karena tadi pagi saya masih ada kegiatan. Ibu mau tanya nih, siapa yang belum pernah lihat mukanya Ibu Ida Syahidah? Ada yang pernah lihat? Ada yang belum pernah melihat? Tunjuk tangan. Siapa yang belum pernah melihat? Berarti semua sudah pernah melihat. Ya. Tadi ada yang bisik-bisik. Yang mana ya di situ? Saya kira nggak ada Pak Novi. Oh ternyata ada saya di situ. Ya. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wala quwata illa billah bahwa pada hari ini alhamdulillah saya ucapkan terima kasih dan tersanjung sekali diberi kesempatan memberikan materi tentang perempuan, women empowerment for stunting prevention after pandemi. Ya, kita ketahui pandemi di 2019-2020 sangat ganas, ya, sangat ganas, sehingga pada waktu itu memang dampak daripada pandemi itu ekonomi cukup sempat pulih, sempat lumpuh, ya, sempat lumpuh. Kantor-kantor tutup, ya, kantor-kantor tutup, perekonomian tidak stabil, sehingga memang banyak sekali yang terugikan, ya, terugikan. Tetapi di sini peran perempuan tidak terkalahkan. Nah, segala puji kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, yang telah memberikan alhamdulillah nikmat sehat, sehingga pada hari ini kita bisa berkumpul bersama, saya pribadi bisa berkumpul dengan anak-anakku semua dalam kegiatan konferensi kesehatan dan nutrisi internasional yang pertama. Perlu kita ketahui bersama anak-anakku semua, ya, bahwa peran dan kedudukan perempuan di mata hukum itu adalah sama. Sesuai dengan pasal 28 Undang-Undang 1945, perempuan memiliki kedudukan dalam berusaha dan bekerja sebagaimana halnya dengan kaum laki-laki. Kemampuan perempuan nampak jelas, ya, di dunia pendidikan, dunia bekerja, ya. Di sini terlihat banyak perempuan, perguruan tinggi mahasiswanya banyak perempuan, sektor usaha banyak perempuan, dosen banyak perempuan, ASN banyak perempuan, ya. Di pasar yang jualan banyak perempuan. Kemudian ibu-ibu yang selalu kalau ada kegiatan tauziah, melayat, kedukaan, ke pesta, perempuan. Kaum laki-lakinya di mana? Ya, nah di situ hebatnya perempuan. Perempuan bisa menyesuaikan diri di dalam situasi apapun. Ya, sehingganya perempuan di era 4.0 ini tidak bisa dianggap sebelah mata. Peran daripada perempuan cukup maksimal. Dokter banyak perempuan, ya. Semua kejurusan ada perempuannya. Tidak hanya yang kejurusan yang lemah lembut, tetapi fakultas yang dahulu kala diminati oleh kaum laki-laki, sekarang perempuan juga meminati. Bahkan sekarang banyak pengemudi bentor juga perempuan, ya, supir-supir Transjakarta perempuan, pilot perempuan, Ya, sehingga perempuan ini diharapkan memang mempunyai kemampuan yang maksimal, ya, disesuaikan dengan kondisi zamannya. Nah, perempuan atau seorang ibu tidak hanya mampu mengurus pekerjaan domestik, yakni mengurus anak, suami, dan keluarganya. Tidak hanya 3R, kasur, sumur, dapur, apalagi? Kasur, sumur, dapur, R-nya satu lagi apa itu? Tetapi juga mampu berkarir, mencari nafkah dalam satu waktu sekaligus. Bisa dikatakan peran ganda ini adalah salah satu kelebihan kaum perempuan yang tidak bisa dilakukan oleh laki-laki. Peran perempuan dalam menghadapi kehidupan sosial sehari-hari juga tidak bisa dikesampingkan, terutama dalam pencegahan dan penanganan COVID-19. Siapa anak-anakku yang kemarin pernah terkapar COVID? Ada. Ibu 3 kali terkapar COVID. Ya, 3 kali saya terkapar COVID. Terbukti selama pandemi COVID ini perempuan pun ikut maju di garda terdepan sebagai tenaga kesehatan. Oleh karena itu peran perempuan dalam masyarakat dan keluarga semakin penting. Salah satu peran perempuan baik dalam rumah tangga maupun dalam pembangunan adalah memperhatikan tumbuh kembang anak agar dapat menjadi tunas harapan bangsa. Karena pencegahan gagal tumbuh anak atau yang dikenal dengan stunting pada balita akibat kekurangan gizi menjadi perhatian utama. Berdasarkan hasil rujukan Global Research dan Global Nutrition Report tahun 2016 mencatat bahwa prevalensi stunting di Indonesia berada di peringkat 108 dari 132 negara. Sedangkan di tingkat ASEAN, Indonesia merupakan negara yang menjadi beban stuntingnya yang kedua di tingkat ASEAN. Nah, sementara itu di Provinsi Gorontalo, anak-anakku semua, berdasarkan survei status gizi Indonesia menunjukkan stunting sebesar 29% tahun 2021. Tuh, 29%. Tercatat Kabupaten Pohuwato, ada yang dari Pohuwato ini? Ada. Dari Pohuwato menjadi daerah dengan angka prevalensi stunting tertinggi, mencapai 34,6%. Disusul oleh Kabupaten Bualemo, angka 29,8%, Gorontalo Utara 29,5%, ya. Gorontalo Utara penduduknya tidak banyak, ya, tapi mencapai 29,5%. Kabupaten Gorontalo 28,3% dan Kota Gorontalo sebesar 26,3%. Kenapa? Kenapa stunting di Gorontalo tinggi? Nah, untuk itulah pada kesempatan hari ini kalian yang sebagai mahasiswa Poltekkes ini, ayo kita sama-sama menjadi duta-duta kesehatan untuk Gorontalo. Pencegahan stunting dan pencegahan pernikahan usia dini. Dengan banyaknya pernikahan usia dini, otomatis stunting tinggi. Otomatis itu stunting tinggi dengan banyaknya pernikahan dini. Kalau kita tidak mencegah itu, ya. Dengan pernikahan dini stunting tinggi. Karena apa? Kalian orang kesehatan pasti sudah tahu apa-apa yang menyebabkan stunting bisa tinggi. Nah, untuk itulah peran daripada adik-adikku mahasiswa, perempuan-perempuan Gorontalo, ayo kita sama-sama membantu pemerintah, ya, membantu pemerintah mencegah pernikahan dini, kemudian juga otomatis memberantas stunting. Dengan harapan Indonesia 2030 itu bisa bebas dari stunting. Dengan harapan itu bisa terwujud apabila kalian semua ikut berperan, ya, berperan untuk diri kita sendiri, berperan untuk lingkungan kalian yang kecil, berperan lagi untuk keluarga kalian yang lebih besar, dan tentunya masyarakat. Kalian sebagai mahasiswa diharapkan tidak hanya mempelajari ilmu yang ada di kampus, tetapi juga ilmu-ilmu yang ada di lingkungan masyarakat, ya, pengalaman-pengalaman orang dan lingkungan masyarakat. Sebagai contoh anak-anakku, 2 minggu yang lalu ada sebuah kasus seorang anak usia 13 tahun melahirkan. 13 tahun ibu melahirkan. Saya sendiri yang nungguin ini anak melahirkan. Karena apa? Karena anak ini adalah korban pemerkosaan. Anak SMP 13 tahun. Dia tidak menyadari bahwa dirinya hamil di saat usia kandungan 5 bulan. Tidak tahu kalau dirinya hamil. Karena tidak ada pembelajaran seksual, tidak tahu. Di saat orang tuanya tanya, kok tidak pernah membeli pembalut, di kamarnya tidak ada pembalut selama 5 bulan, orang tuanya curiga. Kemudian ditanya anak ini, kenapa tidak haid? Dia kaget. Kemudian diperiksa, ternyata sudah hamil 7 bulan. Sudah hamil 7 bulan. Kemudian ditanya lagi secara detail dengan orang tuanya. Ternyata yang menggagahi, yang melakukan kekerasan seksual adalah teman kakak kandungnya. Hanya 1 kali hamil. Nah, sehingga akhirnya proses hukum, anak ini yang laki-laki diproses hukum, masuk di lembaga, kemudian anak ini masuk di sebuah rumah singgah yang ada di Provinsi Gorontalo. Saya nengok ya pada waktu hamil yang 7 bulan itu, anak itu kecil sekali. Wah, stunting ini pasti. Karena hamilnya kecil, anaknya kurus, yang ada hanya derayan air mata, menangis terus setiap lihat yang di depan panti anak-anak sekolah ya. Kemudian saya beri susu, saya beri makanan enak, saya hibur. Alhamdulillah 2 minggu kemarin melahirkan dengan selamat dengan berat 2,8 ya, 2,8. Kemudian panjangnya anak 45 cm, Masya Allah, sehat, yaitu karunia Allah luar biasa sekali. Kemudian si ibu muda ini juga tetap menyusui. Nah, harapan saya ada kesempatan untuk melanjutkan sekolah lagi, ya, karena bagi saya setiap anak mempunyai hak untuk mendapatkan pendidikan. Ya, kalau sekolahnya tidak terima, saya akan membacakan undang-undang pendidikan untuk kepala sekolahnya. Ya, karena ini anak juga mempunyai kesempatan untuk belajar. Nah, untuk itulah perlu adanya education tentang seksual terhadap anak-anak SMP, SD, SMA. Ya, kadang mereka melakukan itu tidak tahu dari dampaknya, atau korban daripada kekerasan seksual tidak tahu dari dampaknya. Nah, inilah kalian yang ada di sini adalah orang-orang yang beruntung ya. Mudah-mudahan terjauhkan dari hal-hal yang dapat merusak masa depan kalian. Nah, berbicara tentang terhadap COVID ya, pada tahun yang lalu diyakini memperburuk jumlah angka stunting. Pasti ya, udah ekonomi buruk, stunting juga kena dampaknya. Tentu saja ini berakibat juga pada pertumbuhan anak. Kita tahu bahwa jika perempuan terlindungi dan sehat, maka seluruh anggota keluarga sehat. Nih perempuan-perempuan ini, perempuan adalah garda terdepan. Perempuan adalah agen perubahan menuju yang baik. Ya, perempuan juga sebagai mediasi, perempuan sebagai penyumbang terbesar dalam proses pembangunan, khususnya pembangunan Provinsi Gorontalo. Nah, disinilah kalian ibu harapkan jangan hanya berpangku tangan, tetapi ayo gerakan perempuan ini harus dilibatkan. Apalagi ada perlindungan terhadap perempuan. Di tanggal 25 November nanti ada namanya hari anti kekerasan seks terhadap perempuan. Di tanggal 25 November. Sekarang banyak sekali komunitas, program-program atau undang-undang yang semuanya adalah melindungi perempuan. Nah, perempuan terlindungi, Indonesia aman. Nah, tetapi bagaimana kita bisa melindungi diri kita sendiri kalau kita tidak melakukan gerakan. Nah, untuk itulah diharapkan peran daripada adik-adik mahasiswa ini, ayo jangan berpangku tangan saja. Jangan menjadi orang yang menerima. Tahu menerima itu menerima apa adanya tanpa melakukan apa-apa. Kalau menerima juga harus tanya, untuk apa ini? Ya, untuk apa ini? Apa yang harus saya lakukan? Nah, seperti halnya saya Ida Syahidah. Ya. Kalau dibilang Ibu Ida Syahidah, saya orang Solo. Jadi saya orang Gorontalo tapi saya lahir di Solo. Ya kan? Saya orang Gorontalo karena saya sudah tinggal di Gorontalo selama 2020 tahun. 20 tahun. Kontribusi saya apa untuk Gorontalo? Ya tentunya masyarakat yang menilai kontribusinya apa. Ya, masyarakat yang menilai. Saya berusaha melakukan yang terbaik untuk Gorontalo. Karena bagi saya, bagi kaum minoritas, ya kebetulan di Gorontalo juga banyak masyarakat Jawa, di mana bumi dijunjung, ya, di mana langit dipijak, di situ bumi dijunjung. Itu, ya. Sudah makan nike, makan hulu'u, ya, makan milu siram, makanan Gorontalo semua sudah disantap, ya. Airnya semua dirasakan, ya. Kalau keluarga saya bertanya ke saya, Ibu Ida nanti hari tuanya di mana? Saya katakan hari tua saya ada di Gorontalo. Karena teman-teman saya di Gorontalo semua banyak. Kalau saya tinggal di Solo, otomatis saya tidak punya teman lagi. Paling hanya kerabat keluarga dekat, ya. Tetapi kalau saya tinggal di Gorontalo, ya, semisalnya saya kehausan mampir ke rumah, orang akan mengenal saya, pasti saya diberi minum. Tidak hanya minum, mungkin saya dikasih sarapan, diajak makan siang, diajak ngobrol. Ya, itulah kalau masyarakat Gorontalo, di mana Gorontalo ini selalu menjunjung tinggi, memuliakan tamunya. Ya. Betul nggak Pak Novi? Pak Novi orang Jawa, tapi merasakan betul betapa ramahnya orang-orang Gorontalo ini. Memuliakan tamu. Contohnya bagaimana? Kita datang bertamu, selalu ada kue. Kuenya soposnya gede lagi. Ya, tutup merah. Kalau di Jawa tidak, Jawa soposnya kecil. Ya kan? Kecil. Kemudian di acara apapun selalu ada makanan. Ya. Sudah tidak tahu lagi ini makan siang atau makan malam, ya. Jam 3 aja makan berat, ya. Acara sampai jam 12, jam 10 sudah makan siang. Nah, inilah, ya, adat pendidikan Sara pendidikan Kitabullah, dan Gorontalo sangat-sangat memuliakan tamu. Ini mungkin kalian yang bukan asal dari Gorontalo pasti merasakan itu, keramahan daripada masyarakat Gorontalo. Kemudian dalam konteks budaya, ya, di Sulawesi dan di Gorontalo di dalamnya ada konsep budaya yang namanya sipaliparik, di mana istri tidak hanya bertugas di ruang domestik, tetapi juga berperan sebagai di sektor publik. Publik di Gorontalo sekarang semua sektor sudah ada peran perempuan ada. Ya, sempat kemarin Sekda Provinsi Gorontalo perempuan, Ibu Profesor Winarni Monoarfa. Sekarang kepala-kepala dinas perempuan, camat-camat perempuan, kepala desa perempuan, ya, yang menduduki strategis di kampus banyak perempuan, profesor perempuan banyak. Nah, kalian sebagai mahasiswa apakah hanya puas hanya sebagai ini saja? Pasti tentunya kalian mempunyai cita-cita yang luhur, ya. Saya tidak puas hanya seperti ini, saya ingin menjadi ini, saya ingin menjadi ini. Nah, buktikan. Untuk apa? Untuk menuju Indonesia Emas 2045. 2045, sekarang 2022. Menuju 2045, 23 tahun lagi. Itulah 22 tahun lagi. 22 tahun. Sekarang usia kalian berapa? 20 tahun. Ya, 20 tahun ditambah 23 tahun. 43 tahun. Di Indonesia menuju emas, Indonesia Emas 2045, kalian nanti usianya 45 tahun. Usia 45 tahun, usia matang menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis. Ya. Nah, untuk itulah persaingan di saat yang akan datang sangat ketat. Sangat-sangat ketat. Ya, untuk itulah harapan saya di sini lebih khusus adik-adikku khusus perempuan, ayo kita dobrak bahwa perempuan Olo bisa. Kemudian juga kembali lagi pada konteks pencegahan stunting ya anak-anakku semua. Pasti kalian sudah tahu deh stunting. Tapi ini Ibu akan ulas kembali bahwa meriksa kehamilan 4 kali sehari masa kehamilan. Gini, di Gorontalo itu program, kenapa banyak stunting? Karena biasanya, ini tugas kalian ini, sebagai penyuluh, sebagai orang kesehatan, yang terjadi di Gorontalo, banyak balita tidak imunisasi lengkap. Kalaupun imunisasi lengkap, setelah itu dia tidak sering berkunjung ke posyandu. Karena apa? Dianggap tidak ada gunanya, kan sudah imunisasi lengkap. Padahal tujuannya posyandu itu adalah ya menimbang balita, mengukur tinggi balita, memberikan makanan tambahan. Itu agar apa? Mencegah stunting. Kalau saya zaman dulu saya punya anak, kartu KIS ya, kartu KMS ya, kartu menuju sehat dulu. Kertasnya kecil dilipat jadi 3-4 gini ya. Nah, dibawa kemana-mana ini. Setiap ke posyandu, saya periksa anak saya, ya beratnya berapa, tingginya berapa, sesuai tidak. Nah sekarang ibu-ibu pada malas, entah kesibukan, entah ibu-ibu kerja sehingga disepelekan itu. Padahal itu sangat penting. Anak stunting tidak hanya berasal dari keluarga yang tidak mampu. Banyak juga anak stunting berasal dari keluarga yang mampu. Yang mampu. Bapak ibunya dosen, bapak ibunya bekerja, ada uang. Tetapi yang diberikan anak-anaknya hanya biskuit, hanya makanan-makanan yang siap saji. Apalagi sekarang dengan adanya GoFood ya, semuanya lewat GoFood. Dan saya yakin kalian juga gitu. Pokoknya semuanya ojek deh, pesan-pesan di GoFood ya, Grab segala macam. Nah, ini dan kalian tidak sadari juga bahwa itu juga bisa menyebabkan stunting. Sekarang ada lagi. Mungkin di sini ada dokter. Ini yang badannya gemuk, pengen diet. Ya, diet. Kalau dietnya salah, kalian masa tuanya akan menderita. Karena di dalam tubuh kita, di usia-usia kalian ini adalah masa pertumbuhan, masa perkembangan. Ya, nanti waktunya kurus itu ada kok. Kalau kalian sudah jatuh cinta akan kurus sendiri. Betul. Dulu ibu gemuk sekali dulu. Karena jatuh cinta dengan Rusli Habibie, jadi akhirnya kurus. Ya, itu saya alami. Mikir dia datang tidak ya. Ya, dia janji datang jam 7, setengah 8 belum datang. Mikir. Dulu belum ada HP. Ya. Dulu belum ada HP, tapi dengan penuh kesetiaan nunggu. Ya, nunggu. Saya rasa zaman dulu dengan jangan sekarang tuh setia zaman dulu deh. Ya. Dulu belum ada HP tapi menunggu itu sangat luar biasa sekali. Ya, kalau sekarang jam 7 kurang 5 menit kan, so di mana? Ya, so di mana? Betul tidak? Betul. Nah, kalau kalian diet salah, anak-anakku, diet salah, itu akan menggerogoti diri kalian juga. Karena apa? Di dalam tubuh kita yang mempunyai persediaan makanan untuk hari tua sudah habis untuk diet sekarang. Sehingga pada usia tua kalian sudah tidak mempunyai apa-apa di dalam tubuhnya. Nah, untuk itulah kalau diet yang sehat, jalan kaki saja, olahraga tiap hari itu sudah diet, sudah sehat itu. Ya, saya sempat gemuk ya, berapa tahun yang lalu sempat gemuk, 69 berat saya. Karena saya ingin tua saya sehat, ingin tua saya itu enak dilihat, jadi saya diet sendiri. Dietnya apa? Saya ngurangin karbo, ya, saya ngurangin minyak, ya, no karbo, no oil, no sugar. Kalau kepingin ya sedikit-sedikit saja. Tetapi saya tiap hari jalan 40 menit tanpa berhenti, kiri kanan bawa barbel. Saya tidak biasa menggunakan olahraga sepeda statis, bosen, tidak ada pemandangan. Tapi saya jalan, keluar dari rumah saya jalan, lewat ke kantor camat, lewat jalan raya, muter-muter sampai lewat polsek, lewat KUA, balik lagi lewat rumah makan mana, sini. Itu 40 menit, nggak berhenti. Kalori kita juga sudah terbuang, itu tiap hari. Ya, kemudian minum air putih yang banyak. Karena saya tua sehat, saya ingin memberikan kontribusi saya untuk Gorontalo. Saya tua, saya sehat, saya bisa berperan untuk masyarakat Gorontalo. Nah, demikian juga kalian, ya. Kemudian kalau kita berbicara tentang apa lagi ini? Kalau kalian tentang stunting, Ibu yakin kalian sudah paham semua, ya. Kemudian juga bagaimana kita dalam upaya mengatasi peningkatan jumlah prevalensi ini, saya rasa kalian juga mampu melakukannya, ya. Tetapi pada intinya kita bicara tentang perempuan. Peran ganda perempuan ini memang sangat-sangat menonjol. Terlebih pada saat pandemi kemarin, di mana peran perempuan banting setir, perempuan yang mencari nafkah. Kalau ASN mungkin aman-aman saja, tetapi di sektor informal, di mana suami kena dampak daripada pandemi, yang berperan siapa? Perempuan. Perempuan yang awalnya tidak bisa melakukan apa-apa, tiba-tiba punya hobi masak, ya, buka catering yang ya online, nawarin produk di media sosial. Kemudian juga yang tadinya tidak suka tanaman, akhirnya semuanya jual tanaman, ya. Itu dampaknya, ya, dampak dari pandemi. Yang tadinya tidak ada pot warna putih, sekarang semua punya pot warna putih. Termasuk ibu, ya, di rumah ada pot warna putih. Tadinya pot itu kan warna hitam, warna coklat, ya, tidak ada warna putih. Sekarang warna-warni. Semuanya jual tanaman, semuanya akhirnya mencintai tanaman, ya. Itu mungkin Allah memberikan dengan adanya pandemi ini, ya, COVID ini, ada rahasia di balik itu semua. Kita istirahat di rumah. Yang tadinya keluarga ketemunya malam saat akan tidur, ini sekian bulan di rumah terus, ya, di rumah terus sampai bosen, sampai akhirnya mengeluh. Menjadi guru itu sulit, ya, menjadi guru untuk anak-anak kita, menjadi guru TK, menjadi guru SD, tidak semudah pada waktu kita sekolah dulu. Hitung-hitungannya dulu cuma 2 kali 3, 3 kali 3, 3 kali 9 hafal, tapi sekarang sudah tidak seperti itu lagi penalaran pembelajarannya. Akhirnya banyak orang tua yang mengeluh, akhirnya sangat-sangat menghormati guru. Kapan ini pandemi ini berlalu? Saya sudah tidak mampu lagi memberi pelajaran kepada anak-anak saya, ya. Pembelajaran SD, ya, SMP, sampai akhirnya orang tua hafal Pancasila yang awalnya tidak tahu Pancasila, ya. Atau anaknya yang tidak tahu Pancasila, orang tua marah karena anaknya tidak hafal Pancasila. Itu kita kalau lihat di TikTok itu, di media sosial. Nah, demikian juga kalian mungkin merasakan itu, ya, terisolir karena pandemi COVID, ya. Mau ketemu orang takut, ya, mau lewat orang yang rumahnya kena COVID takut, ya. Takut. Saya kena COVID di 2020 Agustus 2020 saya kena COVID. Pas perjalanan ke Jakarta saya kena COVID. Saya merasakan sesuatu yang tidak enak, tapi gejalanya sudah lama di Gorontalo. Cuman saya di antigen, di rapid pada waktu itu negatif, berangkatlah saya ke Jakarta. Sampai Jakarta saya dirasa tidak enak, sesak napas dan lain. Saya masuk rumah sakit. Awalnya hanya check up, hanya tensi, ternyata saya sudah kena COVID. Akhirnya masuk di lantai 8, ya, lantai 8 sebuah rumah sakit. Langsung besoknya bapak datang, tapi tidak bisa ketemu. 12 hari, dokter. 12 hari sempat pakai ventilator 2 hari, ya. Waktu itu belum ada jaminan asuransi, ya, belum ada jaminan asuransi. Pokoknya menderitalah, ya. Saya tanya ke dokter, dok, saya ini minum obat itu obat yang mahal, saya minum vitamin yang mahal, kenapa saya bisa kena COVID? Dokter bilang COVID itu mempunyai 1 juta wajah katanya, kita tidak tahu. Nah, tetapi alhamdulillah pandemi sudah berlalu, ya, pandemi sudah berlalu, tetapi kita tetap waspada. Jakarta ada lagi, ya, Jakarta ada lagi, ya, Jakarta ada lagi. Tetap kita jaga kondisi kita. Kalau di Jakarta itu Ibu semuanya pakai masker, ya, kita masuk mall, masuk hotel, ya, saya masih pakai masker. Cuman kalau di Gorontalo karena cuacanya cukup panas, ya, COVID juga masih aman-aman saja. Tetapi baru-baru ini saya mengadakan kunjungan di negara Kroasia, ya, kunjungan parlemen di Kroasia. Kami dari parlemen Indonesia itu semuanya memakai masker. Begitu sampai di parlemen Kroasia, kami ditegur, kenapa pakai masker? Kami di sini sehat semuanya. Akhirnya kami melepas masker. Jadi bagi negara di sana, bagi masyarakat di sana, pakai masker itu bagi yang sakit flu itu pakai masker, tetapi dengan minta maaf, I'm sorry, saya sedang sakit, jadi saya menggunakan masker, ya. Jadi ada sebuah perbedaan persepsi. Kalau kita pakai masker di negara itu, kita dianggap dia itu berpenyakit. Akhirnya dibalik, yang flu yang menggunakan masker, tetapi tetap dengan mengucapkan maaf karena saya sedang tidak sehat. Nah, itu sekarang saya lakukan di Indonesia, maksudnya di Gorontalo juga. Di saat saya flu, saya batuk, saya mengucapkan maaf, saya dengan flu, jadi saya pakai masker, ya. Nah, ini mudah-mudahan apa yang menjadi harapan daripada kita semua juga, ya, anak-anakku semua sebagai anak generasi yang akan datang, jaga martabat diri kalian, martabat wanita, ya, jaga martabat wanita, ya, menjaga diri kalian, bergaulah dengan orang-orang sekitar yang baik-baik, ya. Jatuh cinta tidak ada larangan. Siapa sih yang melarang jatuh cinta? Semua orang pernah merasakan jatuh cinta. Tetapi carilah pacar boleh aja, ya. Tapi carilah pacar yang bertanggung jawab, yang kelak akan menikahi kalian, ya, itu. Jangan sampai kalian terjerumus oleh hal-hal yang negatif. Kalau kalian sampai melakukan itu, dunia akan menangis. Orang tua kalian menangis, ya. Orang tua kalian menangis. Kalian disekolahkan untuk menjadi tunas-tunas bangsa, untuk bisa mengangkat derajat orang tua kalian. Dan ingatlah anak-anakku semua, ya, doa orang tua kalian, ya, doa orang tua kalian, air mata orang tua kalian itu adalah untuk kesuksesan kalian. Di saat kalian akan ujian, Ibu sarankan, mintalah doa restu. Kalau bisa pulang, jabat tangan orang tua, cium tangan orang tua, ya, di saat akan ujian. Kalau tidak sempat, lewat HP, telepon atau jarak jauh. Kalau masih ada nenek, telepon, minta maaf, ya. Itu yang saya lakukan terhadap anak-anak saya, ya. Itu yang saya lakukan, orang tua saya melakukan terhadap saya dan keluarga saya, dan saya lakukan terhadap anak-anak saya, ya. Jadi anak-anak saya kalau ujian, sana telepon nenek sama kakek di Solo, ya kan, telepon om, ya, telepon omnya, ya, telepon saudara-saudara yang dianggap tua. Sekalian apa? Sekalian silaturahmi lewat HP, lewat telepon, ya. Punya om, punya tante apa kabar? Tante mohon restu, doa restu, besok saya ujian, mohon doa. Pasti otomatis orang tua, insya Allah kamu lulus. Tapi kalau kalian tidak ada informasi itu, mereka tidak akan tahu apa yang akan kalian lakukan di Gorontalo ini, ya, itu. Kemudian doa orang tua itu sangat penting sekali. Tetap kalian jalan silaturahmi, ya, jalin silaturahmi. Kemudian penjajah di Indonesia sekarang tidak hanya lewat senjata, ya, tetapi lewat secara halus lewat media, ya, lewat bujuk rayu, ya, lewat bujuk rayu. Ya, jadi saya sampaikan juga di sini Pak Novi dan ibu-ibu, anak-anakku semua, saya mempunyai yayasan namanya IPWL, Institusi Pelayanan Wajib Lapor, yang menangani anak nafsa, khusus anak nafsa. Lokasinya di Tamalate, depan rumahnya Dr. Yana. Ya, depan rumahnya Dr. Yana ada bangunan cat warna kuning, namanya Ummu Syahidah, menangani anak-anak nafsa. Anak-anak nafsa itu berasal dari mana? Titipan-titipan dari BNN kabupaten, kota, dan provinsi. Yang menangkap siapa? Yang menangkap polisi. Ada perempuan juga, perempuan yang kecanduan nafsa. Ada mahasiswa Pohuwato ada. Kemudian ada seorang ibu muda kecanduan nafsa. Anak-anak kecil lem fog, menghisap lem itu. Kemudian ada satu lagi lembaga saya tentang anak-anak berkonflik dengan hukum, namanya LKS Ummu Syahidah, menangani anak-anak berkonflik dengan hukum. Berarti anak-anak di bawah 18 tahun. Berkonflik dengan hukum apa? Yang saya tangani adalah pelakunya, bukan korbannya. Pernah Pak Rusi mengatakan ke saya, kenapa ibu cari kerjaan, repot-repot ngurusin anak-anak nakal, anak-anak yang berkonflik dengan hukum. Saya katakan, kalau bukan kita, mereka bagaimana? Kalau saya tidak punya rumah singgah, kalau saya tidak punya rumah aman, mereka bagaimana? Sedangkan mereka adalah anak-anak yang perlu kita lindungi. Mereka adalah anak-anak bangsa yang perlu kita selamatkan. Karena mereka adalah anak-anak sekolah juga, ya, yang bisa tetap sekolah. Tetap proses hukum tetapi bisa tetap sekolah. Ya. Ada yang pencabulan, Ibu, ada pencabulan, ada persetubuhan. Pencabulan belum masuk ya Bu ya. Kalau persetubuhan sudah masuk, persetubuhan. Ada juga pencurian, penganiayaan. Itu semuanya dari saya. Titipan dari mana? Titipan dari polisi-polisi yang mendapatkan laporan kejahatan anak. Kemudian saya kerjasama dengan Bapas dan Kemenkumham. Kemudian sambil menunggu proses hukum, ini anak, sambil menunggu proses hukum, mereka ada di saya. Kalau proses hukum pengadilan menetapkan anak ini 4 tahun berarti masuk ke LPKA. LPKA apa? Lembaga Pembina Khusus Anak yang ada di Sudirman. Menjalani hukuman 4 tahun di sana. Ya, menjalani 4 tahun hukuman. Tetapi pada saat akan rehabilitasi menuju kembali lagi ke masyarakat, kembali lagi ke saya, direhabilitasi di saya, mempersiapkan diri untuk kembali lagi ke masyarakat. Jadi saya katakan ke adik-adik yang membantu saya, kalau orang tuanya tidak jemput, jangan disuruh pulang. Tetapi kalau dia mengulangi lagi, saya tidak akan menerima lagi. Ya, itu menjadi motivasi daripada mereka. Dan alhamdulillah kerjasama saya dengan teman-teman jaksa, ya, hakim, pengacara, kemudian Bapas dan Kemenkumham ini mendapatkan apresiasi sekali, ya, karena ini adalah lembaga, salah satu adalah lembaga kebutuhan daerah yang sebetulnya pemerintah yang menyiapkan, ya, sebetulnya pemerintah menyiapkan, tapi karena pemerintah belum menyiapkan, saya menyiapkan lahan itu, saya menyiapkan bangunan itu, semuanya adalah tujuannya untuk memberikan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak bangsa Provinsi Gorontalo. Nah, untuk itulah anak-anakku semua, kalian yang mendapatkan kesempatan belajar di sini, tolong mendapatkan kesempatan belajar gorong, gunakanlah, manfaatkanlah belajar ini baik-baiknya, karena tidak banyak orang yang mempunyai kesempatan yang sama seperti kalian, ya, di luar sana. Terakhir, saya akan menceritakan ada sebuah kasus. Dia adalah korban tetapi menjadi pelaku. Korban tapi bisa menjadi pelaku dan diproses oleh hukum. Bagaimana itu? Adalah 3 anak SMK dari Bone Bolango, 3-tiganya adalah laki-laki. Dia diberi minuman miras oleh kenalannya, diberi minuman miras. Kemudian pada saat mabok, dia suruh mensetubuhi seorang perempuan. Perempuan ini juga diberi miras, mensetubuhi. Pada saat mensetubuhi, di video, 3-tiganya mensetubuhi, video diviralkan. Nah, langsung tiga-tiganya itu berapa hari kemudian ketangkap polisi. Nah, akhirnya dia korban sebetulnya, tetapi menjadi pelaku. Nah, sementara proses hukum. Dan ternyata perempuan ini adalah bukan perempuan baik-baik. Bukan seorang gadis. Dia adalah perempuan yang sudah biasa melayani orang lain. Yang menjadi kekhawatiran saya, kebetulan saya adalah ketua tim asistensi HIV/AIDS untuk Provinsi Gorontalo. Yang menjadi kekhawatiran saya adalah ini tiga perjaka mensetubuhi seorang perempuan yang tidak baik. Otomatis pada masa inkubasi 10 tahun yang akan datang, dia bisa kena HIV/AIDS. Ini hitungannya teori ini. Kalau kondisi kekebalan tubuhnya tidak mendukung, 10 tahun yang akan datang ini anak bisa kena HIV/AIDS. Nah, untuk itulah saya sampaikan pada teman-teman yang KPA, ya harus dia 6 bulan sekali harus cek agar bisa mencegah HIV/AIDS itu sendiri, ya. Karena di Gorontalo ini jumlah HIV/AIDS semakin hari semakin tinggi, jumlah LSL juga tinggi. Mungkin Ibu tahu LSL, laki-laki seks laki-laki tinggi. Informasi lagi ada yang baru lagi masuk, ya, LSL penghuni baru LSL masuk lagi. Jadi saya pernah mengadakan pertemuan dengan teman-teman LSL. Saya ngundang 100, yang datang 200 karena bersama pasangannya laki-laki. Pasangannya itu siapa? Anak-anakku semua. Bukan bencong ya, bukan waria, bukan. Pasangannya adalah orang yang normal, cakep, bersih, tidak ada perut, rapi. Bukan waria, normal, tetapi mereka mempunyai kelainan seksual. Nah, inilah Gorontalo, ya, Gorontalo yang kita cintai. Nah, untuk itulah anak-anakku ibu titipkan Gorontalo di tangan kalian, ya. Ayo kita sama-sama bisa bergandengan tangan mencegah penyakit-penyakit yang bisa menjerumuskan anak-anak bangsa kita. Paling tidak kalian bisa mencegah untuk diri kita sendiri, diri kalian dulu sendiri. Setelah itu kalian menyebar sampai ke masyarakat. Jadi demikian materi yang saya sampaikan. Silahkan nanti ada dipandu oleh Pak Novi beberapa pertanyaan atau sharing. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa menambah ilmu untuk kalian, ya. Apabila ada yang kurang, ada yang kekurangan, ada yang tidak tepat, mohon dimaafkan. Saya berusaha memberikan informasi ini yang terbaik untuk kalian. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for a great presentation, Ibu Saida. We are appreciated. And now discussion session for the first, maybe 3 questions. One.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya izinkan saya memakai bahasa Indonesia. Sebelumnya terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Siti Anjaliza Ibrahim dari Prodi STR Gizi dan Dietetik. Mengenai pernikahan dini, Bu. Nah, pernikahan dini dan kekerasan seksual ini bisa menyebabkan penyakit yaitu stunting. Dan pernikahan dini dan kekerasan seksual ini bisa disebabkan oleh beberapa faktor. Salah satunya faktor lingkungan. Jika untuk hanya mengandalkan kesadaran diri saja, itu tidak cukup, Bu. Karena apa? Lingkungannya saja sudah seperti itu. Seharusnya pada tanggal 25 November kemarin adalah hari di mana perempuan merdeka, tetapi mengapa sampai dengan sekarang masih ditemukannya perempuan yang menderita? Jadi Bu, apa yang harus kita lakukan untuk mencegah kasus-kasus tersebut? Karena kasus-kasus ini sering terjadi walaupun sudah ada undang-undangnya, walaupun sudah diberikan edukasi, tetapi masih saja ditemukan. Terima kasih Bu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, thank you. Langsung atau oke, one, maybe two again. Silahkan Pak Alimuddin.
Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Alimuddin, kebetulan dosen TKS Bu, baru 7 bulan. Sebelumnya saya di Kabupaten Bualemo, Dinas Kesehatan. Nah, mengingat kemarin semasa Pak menjabat sebagai gubernur kurang lebih 2 periode Bu, dan Ibu Ida mendampingi sebagai ketua tim penggerak PKK Provinsi Gorontalo. Tentunya banyak program program strategis yang dilahirkan oleh Pak Rusli maupun Ibu Ida sendiri, yang tentunya sangat bermanfaat untuk masyarakat karena lebih banyak berpihak kepada kemanusiaan, berpihak kepada orang-orang miskin, dan lebih menguntungkan lagi kami di sektor kesehatan. Salah satu programnya itu adalah ambulans gratis, baru anggaran APBD yang kurang lebih hampir 20% yang bisa mengcover semua persoalan-persoalan kesehatan di Provinsi Gorontalo termasuk kabupaten kota. Dan banyak lagi, dan saya berharap mudah-mudahan Ibu Ida sebagai anggota DPR pusat ini bisa mempush, mengawal supaya program ini tetap bertahan, ya kan? Salah satu contoh kemarin Pak Rusli mengeluarkan kebijakan bahwa penerima rumah layak huni itu anggotanya tidak boleh ada yang merokok. Nah, itu kan membantu sektor kesehatan. Itu contoh kecil. Boleh kita beli upload? Nah, baru yang berikutnya Bu, sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama di Kabupaten Bone Bolango ada kebijakan oleh Bapak Bupati, bahkan mungkin sangat didukung oleh teman-teman di sektor kesehatan, itu adalah kebijakan terkait dengan ketenagaan kesehatan, khususnya gizi. Jadi satu desa, dan itu sekarang sudah jalan Bu, ya kan? Salah satu tujuannya adalah bagaimana supaya stunting itu tidak ada, ya kan? Sehingga mereka teman-teman tenaga gizi ini akan mengawal dalam kaitannya 1000 hari pertama kehidupan. Nah, jadi kalau desanya di sana sekian banyak, ya sekian banyak juga tenaga gizi. Tapi sampai saat ini mungkin belum terpenuhi semuanya. Nah, saya berharap mudah-mudahan kebijakan ini bisa disuarakan juga di daerah lain Bu. Ya kan, di daerah lain artinya lewat kekuatan yang ada pada Ibu Ida sebagai anggota DPR, supaya kebijakan ini menjadi kebijakan strategis di Provinsi Gorontalo untuk akan semua kabupaten kota yang ada di Gorontalo, yang intinya adalah terkait dengan stunting. Itu Bu. Jadi supaya adik-adik yang lulus dari perguruan tinggi khususnya di Poltekkes, mereka bisa di cover apabila memenuhi persyaratan yang ada. Itu yang pertama Bu. Terkait dengan kebijakan sumber daya tenaga kesehatan, karena ini juga ada hubungannya dengan pilar Kementerian Kesehatan, yaitu transformasi sumber daya tenaga kesehatan. Nah, dalam waktu dekat ini Bu Ida akan dilaksanakan seleksi P3K, pegawai pemerintah dengan perjanjian kerja. Nah, saya berharap Bu, mudah-mudahan ini mungkin tidak terlambat, supaya kota untuk jatah untuk Gorontalo, terutama Provinsi Gorontalo, untuk tenaga kesehatan itu kalau bisa ditambah, khususnya tenaga gizi. Iya, khususnya tenaga gizi, supaya pada saat ini kota dinaikkan, baru diikuti dengan kebijakan yang satu desa, satu tenaga gizi, ini bisa connect dia Bu. Jadi ini harapan kami, supaya lulusan-lulusan tenaga kesehatan yang ada di Poltekkes, terutama tenaga gizi, ini bisa di cover pada saat ada kebijakan seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi. Itu Bu, sekedar masukan maupun gambaran dari saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Ali. Maybe once again, one question again. Okay. Sama. Cuma mereka panitia.
Baik, terima kasih. Perkenalkan Bu, nama saya Dinda Utari Hasan. Saya perwakilan dari mahasiswa semester 5.
Bisa diulang Dek, namanya siapa?
Nama saya Dinda Utari Hasan.
Dinda Utari.
Saya perwakilan dari mahasiswa semester 5 program studi D3 Gizi. Langsung saja pertanyaan saya, bagaimana sih agar perempuan itu bisa setara dengan laki-laki? Kemudian bagaimana cara ibu membangun kesadaran seorang perempuan bahwa perempuan itu kerjanya bukan hanya sebagai ibu rumah tangga. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 questions, Bu Ida. Number 1 is about early marriage, early marriage and stunting. Number 2 mungkin about policy brief, one village, one nutrition, and human resources. And number 3 about women career, not only
tes.
Also
ya, tes ya, oke. Pertanyaan pertama tuh sebetulnya kalian bisa jawab ini. Pertanyaan yang pertama itu sebetulnya kalian bisa jawab juga ini, ya. Kenapa pernikahan dini masih banyak, ya? Kemudian karena pernikahan dini dilakukan karena faktor lingkungan. Kemudian bagaimana mencegah pernikahan dini? Coba kalian bisa jawab ini. Ada yang bisa jawab ini? Ada yang bisa jawab enggak? Dari pertanyaannya teman kalian tadi. Ada? Teman-teman mahasiswa? Kenapa pernikahan dini masih tetap ada di Gorontalo? Ya, tidak hanya di Gorontalo, semua daerah ada, se-Indonesia ada pernikahan dini. Yang pertama mungkin tadi dikatakan ya faktor lingkungan, faktor ekonomi itu juga sangat mendukung sekali dengan adanya pernikahan dini. Karena ketidakberdayaan daripada orang tuanya, sudah lulus SD, anaknya dinikahkan, banyak. Di Gorontalo juga ada. Faktor lingkungan, ya faktor lingkungan. Masih berharap gini, dulu mama ini umur 15 tahun juga nikah melahirkan kalian, sehat-sehat saja. Nah, ada yang masih beranggapan seperti itu. Ya, dulu dan sekarang beda. Ya, dulu dan sekarang beda. Masanya beda, siklus kesehatannya juga beda. Kondisi lingkungan kesehatannya juga berbeda. Ya, dulu. Kemudian kondisi makanannya juga berbeda. Ya. Dulu nenek saya 15 tahun menikah tidak jadi masalah. Sekarang harus 20 tahun menikah. Ya, kalau di bawah 20 tahun KUA tidak akan menikahkan, tidak akan mendapatkan surat nikah. KUA. Ya. Kenapa? Tapi masih banyak terjadi di Gorontalo. Nah, itu tadi faktor lingkungan, faktor ekonomi, dan faktor-faktor yang lain, kebablasan. Bagaimana pencegahannya? Bagaimana pencegahannya? Pencegahannya mungkin kalian juga tidak henti-hentinya mengadakan sosialisasi, ya, sosialisasi mencegah pernikahan dini agar tidak terjadi stunting, ya. Boleh saja kalau terpaksa menikah, boleh saja menikah, ya. Ini pengecualian, ya, pengecualian. Ini kata KUA ini. Boleh saja kalau terpaksa nikah sebelum 20 tahun menikah, tetapi hamilnya nanti, gitu loh. Tunda dulu kehamilannya. Ini ya yang belum hamil. Tetapi kalau kebablasan sudah hamil, bagaimana? Ya namanya kebablasan kan, mau kita juga tidak menyarankan untuk aborsi, ya, tidak menyarankan. Maju kena, mundur kena. Ya akhirnya bismillah, mudah-mudahan anak dilahirkan sehat, tidak kurang apapun, ya. Tetapi kalau belum terjadi, ya janganlah melakukan itu. Ya ingat ya, kalau belum terjadi janganlah melakukan itu. Karena apa? Kalau kalian sampai melakukan itu, pertama, ya, ini kembali bisa sosialisasikan kalian ke teman-teman kalian atau di desa. Dampak sosialnya itu banyak sekali. Misalnya, belum siap reproduksi seorang wanita, kemudian melahirkan, anaknya cacat, yang disalahkan siapa? Pasti istri yang disalahkan, melahirkan anak cacat. Kemudian setelah anaknya cacat, terjadi keributan dalam rumah tangga, ketidakpuasan, akhirnya KDRT. Setelah KDRT, akhirnya apa? Timbul penceraian. Penceraian. Anaknya diurus oleh neneknya. Ibunya menikah lagi, suaminya menikah lagi. Ya, anak menjadi anak broken home. Setelah anaknya diurus neneknya meninggal. Anaknya mau ikut bapaknya, ada ibu tiri. Mau ikut ayahnya, mau ikut ibunya, ada ayah tiri. Akhirnya anak tidak terlindungi secara aman. Akhirnya apa? Akhirnya menjadi kenakalan remaja. Nah, kenakalan remaja. Kenakalan remaja tidak ada yang melindungi lagi, akhirnya menjadi sampah masyarakat. Siklus itu, siklus kehidupan yang ada di Indonesia. Nah, untuk itulah kalian pada saat memberikan sosialisasi, edukasi kepada masyarakat bagaimana mencegah pernikahan dini, ya, mencegah adanya stunting. Kalian berikan contoh-contoh seperti itu. Masyarakat itu kalau hanya diedukasi dengan teori-teori, nggak ngerti, nggak paham, bosen, ngantuk isinya. Bahkan kalau diundang susah. Ayo ibu-ibu datang ke balai desa, ada sosialisasi tentang ini. Yang datang sedikit, ya datang sedikit. Caranya bagaimana? Sekarang masyarakat itu kalau diundang nggak mau, pasti akan ditanya ada uang duduk enggak? Pasti begitu. Ada uang duduk tidak? Ada transport tidak? Ada snack tidak? Nah, ubah itu caranya. Caranya apa? Di saat kalian kunjungan ngobrol-ngobrol, ngobrolnya jangan resmi. Ada ini ibu-ibu lagi berjemur, lagi nyuci-nyuci di pinggir sungai, lagi apa kongko-kongkoi, lagi nyapu. Sapa mereka, ya ajak ngobrol. Begitu terus, ya. Itu caranya seperti itu. Dan ibu yakin kalian mampu melakukan itu. Kalau caranya gimana pencegahannya? Kalian teori sudah hafal semua. Caranya bagaimana pencegahan pernikahan dini, mencegah stunting. Kalian lebih hebat daripada ibu, ya itu. Kemudian terima kasih Pak Alimuddin yang telah mendukung program kemarin, Pak Rusli selama 2 periode, saya sebagai Ketua PKK 2 periode, 1 periode di Kabupaten Gorontalo Utara, bukan 1 periode, setengah periode, ya 2 tahun setengah di Kabupaten Gorontalo Utara. Memang banyak program-program, alhamdulillah yang sudah dilakukan Gubernur NKRI, kami nyebutnya Gubernur NKRI 2 periode, itu termasuk juga rumah layak huni. Cuman kemarin pada saat pandemi kami tidak ada anggaran untuk itu, ya semuanya terfokus ke vaksin, ya ke program vaksin. Kemudian juga ada refocusing anggaran dari kementerian dari pemerintah pusat. Kemudian harapan daripada Pak Limudin, insya Allah saya akan sampaikan ke Komisi 9 Pak, ya Komisi 9 tentang satu desa, satu tenaga ahli gizi, ya. Kemudian ini saya catat, nanti saya akan itu menjadi aspirasi saya di dapil saya, tetapi walaupun bukan komisi saya, tetap akan menjadi aspirasi saya bersama teman-teman anggota DPR RI dari fraksi Partai Golkar, ya. Saya bisa menyampaikan itu sesama partai, ya, karena di Komisi 9 itu ada teman-teman saya perempuan juga dari Partai Golkar, tetapi dari dapil seluruh Indonesia. Itu nanti akan saya sampaikan. Lebih bagus lagi kalau Bapak ada tulisan, ya, ada penyampaian sehingga nanti aspirasi itu akan kami teruskan. Kemudian untuk Dinda, bagaimana perempuan bisa setara dengan laki-laki? Ya, sebetulnya perempuan itu kalau setara yang bagaimana dulu, ya, setara yang bagaimana dulu. Laki-laki mempunyai visi yang berbeda dengan perempuan, ya. Laki-laki tidak bisa melahirkan, ya. Laki-laki tidak bisa melahirkan, tetapi perempuan bisa naik genteng, ya. Perempuan bisa membawa truk, ya. Perempuan bisa melakukan pekerjaan laki-laki. Nah, kalau Dinda tadi bagaimana ibu, berarti ke diri ibu, ya, ke diri ibu. Saya juga tidak sempurna, banyak kendala-kendala yang harus saya hadapi, ya. Di saat saya menjadi seperti sekarang ini, banyak kendala, banyak hal-hal yang saya korbankan, berkorbannya mengkorbankan keluarga, kadang mengkorbankan suami juga, kadang juga mengkorbankan diri saya sendiri, kesenangan saya sendiri saya korbankan, ya. Nah, itu harus seimbang. Kita melakukannya dengan ikhlas, ya. Kalau itu kita lakukannya dengan ikhlas, ya insya Allah itu beban itu bisa hilang. Tetapi kendala-kendala yang saya hadapi itu tetap ada dan banyak. Salah satunya adalah di saat Pak Rusli masih menjadi gubernur, saya anggota DPR RI. Di satu sisi ada undangan dari kementerian di mana harus mendampingi gubernur, didampingi oleh ketua tim penggerak PKK. Saya tidak bisa diwakilkan karena ada arahan dari ibu negara. Di sisi lain saya ada rapat komisi yang tidak bisa saya tinggal. Gimana ini ya? Saya bilang gitu, bingung. Akhirnya saya harus mengorbankan salah satu. Saya harus mendampingi suami saya. Karena di mata presiden, gubernur harus didampingi istri, ya kan? Kalau di komisi saya bisa cari informasi ke teman-teman saya, ya itu. Yang kedua ada pengorbanan yang lainnya. Di saat Bapak di Jakarta, saya di Gorontalo, Bapak pulang Gorontalo, saya ke Jakarta, ya pengorbanan. Ya di saat saya rapat di Senayan, Bapak rapat dengan kementerian, ya kementerian, ketemunya di mall, makan bersama. Ya, kadang kita kontak-kontakan, ibu di mana? Aku lagi rapat ini Pak. Bapak tiba-tiba, Bapak sudah di kantin Senayan, nungguin saya, ya kan, nungguin saya. Begitu terus. Nah itu diperlukan toleransi. Bapak harus toleransi ke saya juga harus toleransi ke Bapak, ya. Tetapi keributan itu tetap ada. Namanya dua kepala yang berbeda. Ya, yang satu kepalanya dari Solo, yang satu kepalanya orang Gorontalo. Ya, menurut saya orang Gorontalo ngomongnya terus terang, blak. Orang Solo ini omongannya orang Gorontalo ini dianggap kasar, padahal itu kebiasaan orang sini. Nah, kenapa sih kamu marah-marah, bentak-bentak aku? Aku nggak bentak, emang gaya aku ngomong gitu. Nah, kamu aja yang terlalu sensitif. Nah, 30 tahun pernikahan masih seperti itu. Konflik-konflik kecil-kecil masih ada itu. Ya, tetapi itu ya kita jadikan itu, kita tidak bisa menilai, kita tidak bisa saya ini adalah istri yang paling sempurna. Saya tidak menganggap suami saya adalah suami yang paling sempurna, tidak. Jadi kelebihan daripada suami, ya, untuk menutupi kekurangan istri. Demikian juga kekurangan suami ditutupi oleh kelebihan istri. Nah itu, kalau itu terjadi, ya alhamdulillah bisa terjalin seperti sekarang ini. Karena pada dasarnya kalau seorang perempuan tidak mendukung karir seorang suami, ya amburadul, konflik dalam rumah tangga. Jadi semua urusan anak-anak saya tidak pernah laporkan ke suami saya. Mau anak nakal, mau ini saya handle sendiri. Masalah rumah tangga semua saya atur. Supir ini nggak masuk, ban bocor, semua saya tidak pernah lapor bapak. Kenapa? Karena suami begitu banyak beban yang harus dihadapi, laporan-laporan dari istri akan menjadi berat lagi. Nah sekarang kebalikan, Pak Rusli sudah tidak menjabat. Saya adalah pejabat negara, ya. Pak Rusli adalah sudah tidak menjabat, tetapi saya pejabat negara. Tetapi suami saya masih memberikan nafkah kepada saya, karena memang Pak Rusli adalah seorang backgroundnya adalah seorang pengusaha, ya kan. Jadi tidak ada masalah. Hanya memang power syndrome itu tetap ada Pak, ya tetap ada. Tetapi saya selalu mengalah. Jadi saya selalu mengalah untuk mengimbangi suami ini yang sudah tidak menjadi apa-apa lagi, sudah tidak menjabat, tetapi dia adalah seorang kepala keluarga. Dia adalah ayah dari anak-anak saya, cucu dari kakek dari cucu saya, dan dia tetap mempunyai penghasilan. Nah, walaupun penghasilannya kekuasaan menjadi gubernur itu berbeda dengan dia seorang pengusaha, ya. Kalau gubernur itu kan mempunyai kekuasaan yang wah gitu ya, semuanya dilayani. Nah, giliran dia kembali menjadi Rusli Habibie, ya, seorang pengusaha beda lagi. Kalau dulu mau makan di sana ada bendahara, mau ke sana ada protokol. Sekarang tidak. Dulu kemana-mana pakai patwal, sekarang tidak. Tetapi kami enjoy. Bahkan kemarin pada waktu kami ke Bualemo, ya bersama rombongan dalam rangka ulang tahun Golkar, tiba-tiba Bapak pengen makan di rumah makan Samudra, ya. Dari sini menuju ke Bualemo kan 3 jam. Di tengah jalan di Pulau Bala, Bapak tiba-tiba pengen makan di Samudra. Kalau dulu tinggal lapor protokol Samudra, semua yang bayar bendahara. Ya. Sekarang kemarin, wah Bu, kalau dulu semua bendahara yang bayar ya, kalau sekarang Bapak yang bayar. Iya. Itu berarti Rusli sejati, saya bilang gitu. Kita makan nih 10 mobil. Ya, kita makan 30 orang nih di rumah makan Samudra. Ya udah, kita enjoy, nikmati, ya. Yang penting saya sebagai istri, walaupun saya sekarang menjadi pejabat negara, saya tidak meremehkan suami saya. Semua apapun saya konsultasi ke Bapak, nanya, saya mau izin perjalanan keluar daerah, Pak besok saya mau ke Bandung, saya besok mau ke Sumatera, saya pamit. Ya. Kalau Bapak tidak mengizinkan, saya akan tanya alasannya apa, ya kan? Udah deh kamu nggak usah gini. Tapi kalau alasannya nggak masuk akal, saya juga ngotot, saya harus menjaga bahwa saya adalah seorang anggota DPR RI yang saya mempunyai tanggung jawab untuk kerja-kerja saya. Nah kalau itu bisa dilakukan antara suami istri, itu tidak menjadi kendala, ya. Dan saya berusaha setelah Bapak tidak menjabat apa-apa, semuanya kembali seperti semula. Tetap konsultasi, tetap dia adalah suami saya, tetap konsultasi, tetap saya minta uang juga ke dia, tetap. Walaupun saya anggota DPR RI, gaji saya lebih besar dari Bapak. Tetapi karena seorang suami harus tetap menafkahi istrinya. Jadi di saat tertentu bagi duit dong, gitu. Saya minta, Bapak bayarin dong tiket saya ke Jakarta. Bapak keluarin duit, ya kan. Karena saya minta Bapak, agar apa? Agar suami ini tetap dibutuhkan oleh istrinya. Jangan dianggap suami sudah tidak ada jabatan apa-apa, saya sudah tidak memerlukan dia, saya sudah tidak minta uang ke dia. Tidak. Jadi tetap saya minta diberikan sesuatu oleh suami. Ya, misalnya nih Bapak lagi di mall nih, lagi di Plaza Senayan. Saya sudah di rumah. Saya nanya, Bapak di mana? Bapak lagi ketemu teman-teman di PS. Pulangnya bawain ini dong, bawain somai atau bawain makanan yang itu. Itu adalah sebetulnya saya masih kenyang. Tapi untuk apa ya? Agar Bapak itu merasa saya butuhkan. Itu loh. Agar suami itu masih saya butuhkan. Suami itu akan bangga, akan memberikan istrinya nasi goreng. Oh ternyata ibu tuh masih perlu Bapak deh, sampai minta-minta nasi goreng. Nah itu kebanggaan gitu loh, ya. Walaupun nilainya itu hanya nasi goreng, tetapi merasa bahwa suami itu diperlukan. Jadi nanti kalian kalau Allah itu memberikan rezeki itu entah lewat istrinya atau lewat suaminya ya. Kalau istri diberikan rezeki yang lebih daripada suami, tolong tetap hargai suami agar apa? Agar hubungan harmonisasi rumah tangga itu berjalan dengan baik. Kalau konflik-konflik dalam rumah tangga itu biasa, memang semuanya seperti itu. Tapi bagaimana kita menghadapinya itu yang harus kita jalani, ya. Kadang saya juga masih minta hal-hal kecil minta ke Bapak. Nah, kalau saya tidak minta apa-apa lagi ke Bapak, Bapak merasa rendah diri gitu loh, merasa rendah diri. Itu ya tip-tip dari Ibu ya. Mudah-mudahan puas. Terima kasih atas semua dukungannya.
Maybe we have two question from Mr. Alimuddin about policy brief One Village One Nutrition. Jadi di Pak Ali tadi mengungkapkan juga ada kebijakan tentang satu desa satu ahli gizi itu yang belum ini. Oh yes. Oh ya, siap. And human resource about P3K tadi penambahan kuota tadi. Iya. Iya.
Oke, untuk seleksi P3K, Pak, kami berusaha di Komisi 8 itu kan mitra kerjanya adalah Kementerian Sosial, Kementerian Agama, Kementerian Perempuan, dan Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. Semuanya itu untuk Komisi 8 kami berusaha menambah P3K yang ada di dapil kami. Nah, insya Allah untuk dari tenaga kesehatan nanti akan saya usulkan juga lewat Komisi 9 teman saya untuk menambah jatah untuk Provinsi Gorontalo. Ya, karena memang sekarang kan untuk tahun 2023 kan tidak ada tenaga honor. Nah, ada seleksi P3K. Nah, P3K itu sama dengan ASN, hanya tidak dapat pensiun. Ya, mudah-mudahan harapan dari kita semua untuk yang terbaik untuk Provinsi Gorontalo.
Baik. Sebenarnya masih panjang lagi, tapi dari panitia sudah memberikan kode ke saya. Mungkin tambah satu saja ya pertanyaan kalau memang masih ada. Cukup ya? Baik.
MH. Please allow us to invite the Honorable Bapak Salman SKM MKes on behalf of the Director of Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo to hand the award certificate. Pak Salman, we please. Thank you, Pak Salman. And also we would like to invite Ibu Ida Syahidah to take the picture together with the participants and the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please give once again an applause for Ibu Dr. Anda Hajah Ida Syahidah Rusli Habibi MH. Have a good day, Ibu, and see you on the next occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the online presentation. I would like to welcome Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan, SGZ MSc PhD, a nutrition specialist at Herz and Chirurgisch in Klinik Zentrum Ludwigshafen, Germany, who will deliver the next presentation with the topic Gut Microbiota for Immunity System and Obesity Prevention during and post-COVID-19, moderated by Ms. Mulyati Dolovu, SKM, MHPE, FFRI. Ms. Mulyati, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, thank you. The Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. And maybe good morning for Mr. Adi in Germany, right?
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, Honorable the Director of National Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo, Bapak Muhammad Anas Nasiru SKM MKes, Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan PhD as the speaker in the fourth session of plenary session, and also distinguished guests and participants. Now we will move to the last session in this first day, the plenary session 4. With the title of the presentation, Gut Microbiota for Immunity System and Obesity Prevention during and post-COVID-19, that will be delivered by Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan PhD. So as before, this session also will be divided into, the first is presentation for maximum 40 minutes for the speaker, and then we will continue with the second session, Q&A answer, question and answer session. So the speaker can ask directly by raise your hand, and also you can write down your question in the chat box. Okay, before we start, I will present the curriculum vitae of our speaker today. Okay, thank you very much for the co-host. This is the brief curriculum vitae of Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan PhD. He is a doctor of philosophy in public health epidemiology nutrition with 5 years experience in doing big data mining analysis related to eating habits and dietary patterns to predict human health and disease prevention. His education and training from 2010 to 2014, Bachelor of Science in Human Nutrition from Brawijaya University, and then in 2015 to 2017, Master of Science in Nutritional Health Science from Taipei Medical University, and then in 2017 to 2020, PhD in Nutrition and Health Science from Taipei Medical University also. And also, this is the language skill, English and Germany also. And then the work experience, the conference and seminar history and honors and award, organization skill, training and course. Okay, we can see in the screen, and also academic experience. And then John related skill and 15 publications. So we hope that we can gain more new knowledge and also sharing experience from our speaker today. Okay, thank you for the co-host. Okay, this is the publication. Okay, and then we will move to the next session, the presentation by the speaker. The time is yours, sir.
Thank you, Ms.
Muli.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Muli, for the introduction. So first, please let me share my screen. Everybody can see my screen, right?
Yes, it can be seen now.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic Gorontalo, Indonesia, for the opportunity, and also for Ms. Nurdiani for the invitation that has been given to me to be part of this conference, the first international conference of health and nutrition, for us as a speaker. So today, I've given the opportunity to talk about gut microbiota, and what are their interaction with the immune system, and also what their interaction with the obesity prevention during COVID or after or post-COVID. So without further ado, I will start my presentation. So the second is just the same introduction from me. And after I did my PhD, I worked as a project assistant researcher at the National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Sciences. And after I moved to Germany, I did several part-time in the clinic. And in this November, this month, I just accepted as a postdoctoral researcher in the Heidelberg University Hospital in Germany. That's why I first would like to apologize to Ms. Nuriani, because I always change my affiliation and maybe it's a little bit confused for the committee. So that's why my PPT right now I use as my affiliation as the Heidelberg Institute for Global Health. So this is my research expertise. I did a lot of research in the dietary pattern and lifestyle behavior as for the iron metabolism and also male reproductive function. So for today's presentation, I would like to divide my presentation as 4 parts. So the first part, I will talk about mostly about what is gut microbiota, what the composition of the gut microbiota, and then what are the factors that can shape our gut microbiota, and also what is the source of our gut microbiota. And then I will jump to the second section. For the second section, I will talk more about what the roles of the gut microbiota for the human health, and also what is the mechanism. So this mechanism, I will talk more deeply about the molecular mechanism. And then the third part, I will jump into what is the mechanism and how gut microbiota can have effect on our immune system. And then the last part is how important gut microbiota in the post-COVID-19, as well as how it's very important for the patient that already have a COVID and then they are recovered from the COVID. So let's begin for the first chapter. So what is the gut microbiota? Actually, maybe we heard a lot about oh, there is a gut bacteria and then there is a bad bacteria. So actually, what is the good bacteria and what is the bad bacteria? So actually, our body contains of around 380,000 billion of the gut microbiota. And from this amount, it's from more than 5,000 species of the microbiota. And the diversity, which is the amount and the type of the microbiota, it's very individual. So this diversity is very each individual. So every individual doesn't have the same composition of the gut microbiota. And what the function of the gut microbiota? So the main function of the gut microbiota is to help us to digest our food that we eat. And major location of the gut microbiota is in the large intestine or in the colon. So what is the composition of the gut microbiota? 90% of the human gut microbiota from the phylum of the Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes. The other phylum is for example, actinobacteria, proteobacteria, fusobacteria, and also peripomicrobiota. So from the Firmicutes itself, more than 200 genus. It's from, for example, from Lactobacillus, Bacillus, Clostridium, which is contain around 95% of the Firmicutes genus is from the Clostridium, Enterococcus, and also Ruminococcus. And the phylum Bacteroidetes, for example, is the Bacteroides and also Prophotella. From the actinobacteria, for example, is the Bifidobacterium genus. So this is the sum of example of the microbiota in our human body. So there is a different phylum, and then there is a different genus, and also one is the species. So the most common one is from the phylum Firmicutes and also Bacteroidetes. So this is the other phylum of the gut microbiota. And then the next is like, what is the factor that has effect on our gut microbiota? So the first factor is the mode of delivery. So when the woman have a baby, and then during the vaginal birth or the normal birth, so the newborn baby is we call it coated with the vaginal microbiota, which is this microbiota is similar to the mother's vaginal bacteria, which is rich or has a lot of bifidobacterium, Lactobacillus, Prophotella, or Snathia. However, when the baby is delivered by a sterile condition, or we can call it CSA or C-section, this condition bypass the exposure of the infant or the baby to the vaginal environment. So the baby that born by CSA or the C-section has a lot of bacteria that's similar to our skin bacteria, which is has a lot of bacteria such as Staphylococcus, Cornicobacterium. So that's why it's the reason why the normal delivery of the baby is good for the baby itself, because the baby itself has we call it a good bacteria from the mother. And the second is breastfeeding or formula. So baby that have a breastfeed have more beneficial gut microbiota, and also have a diversity of the microbiota than baby that feed by formula or by formula milk. So that's why we always suggest that mother always do a breastfeed, because in the breastfeed milk they have quite a lot of gut microbiota that really help the baby for the immune system as well, and to prevent baby become obese. And then the important factor that affect gut microbiota is actually the diet. Diets such as rich in probiotic or prebiotic, that's very helpful to shape our gut microbiota. So next I will talk about the prebiotic and probiotic, which is very important source of our gut microbiota. So what is prebiotic? Prebiotic component that can be used by the host microbiota, which can offer the health benefit. So, for example, what is the example of the prebiotic is fiber. Why? Because fiber is not broken down or cannot be digested by human enzyme. That's why the microbiota will ferment fiber in our colon. And the other food that for microbiota is, for example, vegetable, fruits, grain, which is contain a lot of fiber, or beans or legumes, and food that contain a lot of oligosaccharide and inulin. Next is probiotic. So what is the difference between prebiotic and probiotic? So prebiotic is the food itself, but probiotic is the living organism that offer health benefits. So this organism or this microbiota has the same characteristic with our macrobiota in our body. So what is the source of the probiotic? Probiotic have a lot of contain a lot of fermented food. For example, yogurt, kimchi, or tempeh. So food that can be considered as probiotic, they need to have some criteria. So they need to have sufficient living bacteria that survive food processing. And these surviving bacteria must have benefit to our health. So if we can see in the yogurt, they have a lot of bacteria that contain of lactobacillus as also bifidobacterium as well. So that's the first part of my presentation. So I just talked about what is the gut microbiota, what is the factor that's shaping the gut microbiota, and also what is the source of the gut microbiota. So the next chapter, I will talk about deeply more into what is the effect of gut microbiota to our human health and what is the mechanism. So actually the gut microbiota, as I said before, gut microbiota will metabolize the prebiotic rich food, which is food that high in fiber. And they will ferment fiber-rich food, and then they will digest it, and they will produce short chain. We call it short chain fatty acid, or SCFA. So SCFA function to nourish the gut epithelial cell and strengthen the gut barrier. And that's why the short chain fatty acid have a function to decrease the risk of colon cancer and also decrease the constipation. That makes sense because when we eat food that high in fiber, our constipation will be decreased, and also it can increase the calcium absorption. The short chain fatty acid also can enter our bloodstream, and it will go to the other organs. So it's not only in the colon, but also they can go to other organs. And they can regulate immune function, and also they can regulate the inflammatory process. And then they can also go to our brain, and then they will communicate with the brain and our nerve system, and then they can increase the serotonin production. And this is the serotonin, as we know, the very important messenger of our nerve cell. And that's why they have a hypothesis that short chain fatty acid can decrease depression. So short chain fatty acid have three abundant or three species. First is acetate, propionate, and glycerol. So the acetate and propionate mostly produced by bacterial phylum, and glycerol mostly produced by the glycosyl phylum. So acetate have a function to as a substrate for cholesterol synthesis. So that's why acetate have an important mechanism for the obesity prevention. And also propionate as well, it's very important for the obesity prevention because it can decrease the food intake and also have an important process in the gluconeogenesis. The glycerol has a function as an energy source for our colons. And this is a table that shows you some of the example, the role of the gut microbiota in our human health. The first is for example, the bifidobacteria. So bifidobacteria is very low in the amount of the bifidobacteria is very low in the people that have obese. However, if we eat a lot of fiber, we increase the amount of bifidobacteria. And also here, the baby that delivered by normal born or vaginally born have a lot of bifidobacteria rather than baby that already delivered by caesar. So what is the effect of bifidobacteria? You can see here, bifidobacteria can improve our lipid profile and also insulin sensitivity in humans, which is very good mechanism for obesity prevention. They also decrease adiposity and also increase the antioxidant, which is very good when we have infection from virus or bacteria. The antioxidant is very good for counterattack for the infection. The second example of the bacteria is lactobacillus. Lactobacillus is actually the same as the bifidobacteria that they increase the amount in the high when we eat a high fiber diet. And also they have an effect on improved lipid profile and also insulin sensitivity. So this is the also the review from previous study that they analyzed the role of probiotics in several diseases. First, role of probiotics in type 2 diabetes. And that probiotics can significantly reduce fasting and glucose, also GA1C. In the cardiovascular factor, we can see that probiotics significantly decrease the blood pressure, LDL, cholesterol, and also triglycerides. And also they also for the lactobacillus itself can significantly reduce the total cholesterol. And this is the example of food or nutrients that can have an effect on the gut microbiota. So for example, when we eat cheese, cheese can increase the bifidobacteria, which is very good for the CFA production. And also fiber and probiotic can also increase microbiota diversity and also soften the eggs production. And also polyphenol from tea, coffee, vegetables such as olive and also asparagus can also increase the bifidobacteria and also lactobacillus. Next is, I would like to say that the balance between metabolically healthy microbiota and metabolically unhealthy microbiota is very crucial. So in this figure is the healthy situation. So when we eat that low in animal fat and protein, but we eat more food that high in fiber, this food has a lot of polysaccharides that cannot be digested by our enzyme. And this polysaccharide will fermented by the gut microbiota. And they will produce the SCFA. So SCFA will provide the energy and also can decrease the luminal pH in our colon. And also can increase the mucus secretion, which is a very important barrier for the infection. And then SCFA will produce propionate acetate or butyrate. So butyrate and acetate will bind to the receptor in our colon. This receptor, we call it G protein coupled receptor 43 and 41. So this, when they bind to this receptor, they will produce good gut hormones PYY or GLP-1. So this is a glucagon-like peptide 1 and peptide 1. And this, when they produce this, it will contribute to reduce food intake and also reduce blood glucose, increase energy expenditure, and also increases insulin secretion. So this is the condition when there is no SCFA production, and this is the condition when there is SCFA production. So when there is no SCFA production, so the bacteria will increase the inflammation, and it will result in the increase the triglyceride storage in the adipose tissue, which is, we know that this mechanism is have a big role in the obesity. However, when we eat more good bacteria, they will bind to the GPR43 or GPR41, G protein couple receptor 1 and G protein couple receptor 3, and they will have a result in the increased insulin sensitivity and reduce the food intake, because this mechanism can go to our hypothalamus to induce satiety. And this figure is the condition when we don't have a balanced bacteria, which is we have unhealthy diversity of the gut microbiota. When we eat a lot of protein, fat, and also high fat diet. So actually, the metabolic disorder, when we don't have a balanced microbiota, will cause the increase of the luminal pH and also induce the linkage of the, we call it pathogen associated molecular pattern. So the pathogen like virus, bacteria can go to inside the colon, and that's increase the probability to have inflammation, also metabolic endotoxemia, and also energy intake, and as well as increased blood glucose. This is just some example from this study. So this study, they deliver, like they transfer. So there is a two group. The other one is a normal weight, mother with a normal weight. And the second group is the mother that have obese status. So both of this group have babies. So this is the babies that born from the normal weight mother, and then this is the baby that born from the obese weight mother. And they transfer the gut microbiota from these two babies, these two groups babies, into the mouse, and then they see what will happen with this mouse. So we can see here that this is the result. So 2 weeks old infant that born to the obese mother, they have a composition of the microbiota is different with the babies that born from the normal mother. And the second is like babies that born from the obese mother, they increase their fat to cutaneous. You can see here, compare with the white part is the babies that born from the normal mother. So baby that born from the obese mother increase their fat accumulation. Second is that babies that born from the obese mother increase the liver inflammation. As you can see here, there is a lot of inflammation in the liver of the mouse. And also the second is like babies that born from the obese mother, their style of the Western diet is changed. As you can see here, the percentage of body fat after they eat the Western diet compared with the babies that from the born from the normal mother, the percentage body fat is increased significantly. So that's this study have a conclusion of a hypothesis that gut microbiota may affect the whole body metabolism. This is the second study that they have a 4 group of mice or mouse that treated differently. So this is the control diet mice. This is a control diet with a probiotic, so they feed the mice with the probiotic. And then this is the group of high-fat diet, so they feed the mice with the high-fat diet, and this is the high-fat diet plus probiotic. As you can see here in control diet, it's just a normal diet. They have semi-crickets and bacterial crickets. It's almost the same diversity. However, when the mice have the high-fat diet food, we can see that the semi-crickets diversity or amount is higher than bacterial diet. However, when they add the probiotic on the high-fat diet, the amount is very contrast change. Like bacterial diet is more than diet. And they found that the probiotic treatment increased the SCFA production, as you can see here. The high-fat diet probiotic increased the production of acetate, also propionate, and also butyrat, as well as lactate, and also cysteine. So this cysteine is very important for the increase the insulin sensitivity and also decrease the lactate production, which is all of these mechanisms is important for the obesity prevention. So this same figure that they found that probiotic treatment can decrease the inflammation and also insulin resistance. And here all these markers of inflammation are decreased, and also the insulin resistance index is decreased in the plus probiotic. So for this second chapter, I just mentioned that briefly about the role of the gut microbiota in the human health and how the mechanism through the production of short-chain fatty acid. And the next is I will briefly talk about like what the mechanism and how the gut microbiota will affect our immune system. So actually, as you know, that our immune system consists of a lot of cells, and this cell is like interact each other and very dependent to each other. So basically, when we have an infection from virus or bacteria, our immune system divided as a two process. First is they will activate so-called innate immune system. And then after that, they will activate adaptive immune system, which is very important to produce, we call it antibodies. So the innate immune system is usually takes very fast, within 1 day, but adaptive immune system takes very long, which is until 5 days. This is just brief information what is innate immune system, what is adaptive immune system. So innate immune system is, we can see from this figure, this cell, this kind of cell is categorized as innate immune system. For example, dendritic cell, macrophage, NK cell, natural killer cell, white blood cell, such as basophil, eosinophil, neutrophil, all these cells categorized as innate immune system. So why they call it innate? Because innate, it means inside, born. So it's already there before we get birth. So, and it's innate immune system, they work non-specific. So if we get infected by virus or by bacteria, they have very similar mechanism to kill this pathogen. And they consist of cell of immunity and complement system. And they usually interact or work very rapid or very fast. So within a minute or hours. So how the innate immune system respond when they have when we have an infection from virus or bacteria. So the response is by producing, we call it interferon or pro-inflammatory cytokines. So Briefly, interferon is they have a few types. Interferon alpha and beta is from type 1, and type 2 is interferon gamma. So this interferon have a function to promote other immune activation. So they will interact with other immune function to kill this pathogen, and also they will recruit more and more immune cell to kill this pathogen. So it's like an alarm system. It's like a police, like, hey, there is a infection, so let's kill all the virus and pathogen in our body. And this the second response is like they increase the pro-inflammatory cytokine. So this pro-inflammatory cytokine have several function in our body. For example, in the hypothalamus, they increase the body temperature. That's why when we have an infection from virus bacteria, we have a fever. So this fever actually is very important because they can decrease the viral and bacterial replication and also increase the immune response. And this is just a very complex figure. I will not deeply talk about it. It's just a very complex relationship between pro-inflammatory cytokine and how they interact with our immune system. So next is like the adaptive immune system. So why they call it adaptive? Because immune system is not there when we are delivered, or when there is no this immune system is not present since birth, and they develop the response of the infection in the later stage. And also they create immunological memory. So it's a two types, humoral immunity, lymphocyte, and cellular immunity, lymphocyte. So just briefly, A is so-called thymus because it's produced in the thymus. They interact with the dendritic cell from the innate immunity to activate the T cell production. And T cell have a consist of three parts. First is the helper T cell. They release the cytokines that are toxic to the infected cell, and also the killer T cell. And say the killer is in the kill all the bacteria or virus that are very dangerous to our body. And also the third is regulatory T cell. They just function to suppress or control other cells in the immune system. And then the second immunity is the lymphocyte, why they? Because they produce in the bone marrow. So function of the lymphocyte is very important because we call it antibody. So with the production of antibody, it's very useful to easily to kill the bacteria and the virus. So just a summary, when we have an infection by pathogen, and this virus or bacteria, they have we call it AMPS, which is every virus or every bacteria always have AMPS, or the PAMS, which is pathogen-associated molecular pattern. For example, like viral RNA or DNA from the virus. And then they will infect our cell, and then our cell that has been infected will release damage-associated molecular patterns or DAMs. And then the infected cell will release a cytokine. Cytokine will activate the neutral killer cell to kill the infected cell. And then the damage from the virus or the bacteria is recognized by macrophage or neutrophil. So they can kill directly the virus and bacteria. And then they will activate inflammatory response. And they will release the cytokines, attack more and more immune cells to help them to kill the virus or pathogen. And then the dendritic cell will eat the virus or pathogen, and they will collect the information by eating this virus and the pathogen. This virus or bacteria, and they will present the antigen of the pathogen in their cell base, And then that is the innate immunity, and then we will go to the adaptive immunity. So the dendritic cell will transfer to the lymph nodes, and then they will interact with the cell. And then the T cell will duplicate, and then they will differentiate, become a irregular memory T cell and killer T cell. So killer T cell will kill infected cell, and also T cell will release cytokine to activate the B cell, and B cell will then become a memory B cell and also produce antibody. So antibody will interact with the virus or bacteria and can easily eat or to erase from our body by a phagocytic process. So that's just a brief introduction about what is happen when we have an infection. So next is, so what is the role of the gut microbiota and our immune system? So first is the key of the gut microbiota is to inhibit the attachment of the pathogens to the surface of the colon. So this is our colon, and this is the surface of the colon, and then this is the inner side of the colon. Because the initial attachment, so when the pathogen is attached with the surface of the colon, it's equal to the initial step for the infection. So this is our colon, consists of three parts. So this is the outer part, this is the surface, and this is the inner part. So microbiota such as Clostridia, it produces ATP, and it also produces serum amyloid alpha. And this serum amyloid alpha can activate macrophage and dendritic cell, which is the innate immunity. So the macrophage and dendritic cell can release the inflammatory cytokines and interferon blood cell, and they can regulate the T cell with the release of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. And T cell will activate the B cell, and B cell will produce the antibody, as I said, and this antibody can release to the outer side of the colon, and they can increase the pathogen binding activity. So they can inhibit binding of the pathogen. And when the pathogen cannot interact with the surface, so macrophage can easily kill this pathogen. And its bacteria also increase the mucus, which is a very important function to increase the barrier and also prevent translocation. Translocation means like the pathogens from outer go into inner side. And the other bacteria, such as Clostridium bacteroidetes, can inhibit the infection of Helicobacter hepaticus by increasing a butyrate. So as we know that butyrate is a part of short-chain fatty acid, and butyrate can activate macrophage and dendritic cell, and also T regulatory cell, which is T regulatory cell is anti-inflammatory agent. Other type of microbiota, for example, E. coli, have same nutrient supply. So E. coli need amino acid, and also the other bacteria, the other pathogen, which is enterohemorrhagic E. coli, also need amino acid as their food. So when we have a lot of E. coli, they can compete each other because they have the same food. If we have a lot of E. coli, you gut microbiota, so it means they will have more amino acid food than the enterohemorrhagic E. coli, which is the pathogen. So that's why when the pathogen doesn't have enough food, they will die. And also, gut microbiota such as Bifidobacterium can increase the SCFA, and also SCFA can reach the virulent genes. SCFA also can increase cell function, and also can increase the activation of macrophage, and it's the same procedure, and also they can increase the antimicrobial peptides. And antimicrobial peptides can increase the pathogenic colonization. So antimicrobial peptides work have a function by enzymatically attack bacteria cell wall and also disturbing the inner membrane of the bacteria. That's why when they attack the bacteria will die. It's just same activity. Macrophage also from the bifidobacterium can inhibit the translocation of the pathogens from the outer part to the inner part. So, as a summary, so the key mechanism that gut microbiota have effect on immune function is they develop a, we call it pattern recognition receptor, which is initiate the immune system function. So the RR is just a receptor in our immune cell, which recognize if there is a virus or bacteria. So in the summary, the gut microbiota have an effect on increasing mucus and HCFA production, which is in result that can be a strong barrier in our gut. And the second is gut microbiota can increase antimicrobial peptide, which can have a function in pathogen colonization and translocation, and also gut microbiota can increase the activation of innate immunity and also increase the activation of adaptive immunity. Which is this immune system has an important function or important site to clear the pathogens. So this schematic diagram to summarize that if we have a lot of if we consume dietary fiber intakes or prebiotic intake, have a beneficial effect with the increasing HCFA production, improved lipid metabolism, improved insulin sensitivity, and also reduce risk of some infection from the pathogen. However, if we eat more saturated fatty acid intake, like more high-fat diet or more sugar diet, can reduce the HCFA production and also increase the inflammation and also increase the cardiovascular disease and also increase the inflammation in our gut and also as well as insulin resistance. So this is just the third part, like just briefly introduction about what the mechanism of gut microbiota in our immune system. So the last part is how important is gut microbiota in COVID-19. So this is just a briefly introduction about the COVID virus, like coronavirus cell, coronavirus. They have this coronavirus have proteins. We call it glycoproteins. And these glycoproteins consist of two units, S1 and S2. S1 is responsible for the host receptor for the binding and stabilization, while S2 is facilitate the fusion. It means they can transfer the viral RNA to our cell. And after they infected our body, SARS-CoV-2 will bind to the angiotensin converting enzyme in our cell, and this receptor is found in all multiple types of cells. So it's not only in cell in the lung, also in our intestine as well. This is just a interesting study from 2020. This study found that they compare the people that have a health microbiota and also the COVID-19 patient. So you can see here that in the healthy people, they have typical bacteria that very benefit for the short-chain fatty acid production and also for the immunity and also anti-inflammatory properties. However, in the COVID-19 patient, they have a pathogen or a gut microbiota that's very typical that can increase the COVID-19 severity. So this kind of pathogen can inhibit the COVID-19 infection. However, this microbiota can have a positive association with the COVID-19 severity. And they found that after they recover from the COVID-19, their gut microbiota, it's still not the same like the healthy people gut microbiota. So they found that 27% of the patients that already recovered from the COVID, their microbiota is still not diverse. It's still not healthy. Dysbiosis means they don't have the balanced microbiota in their body. And 73% of the patients, they have microbiota return into the healthy, like the healthy patient. So this is just a very complicated scheme, but the main thing from this figure is like dysbiosis may facilitate the infection and the viral replication, which can promote the cytokines. So maybe we can here it's familiar during the COVID-19 pandemic that many people die because of the cytokines. So, and unhealthy diet might reduce the phagocytic activity and the modulation of the production of the antibody, and also reducing the immune response to eliminate the pathogen. However, when we eat the healthy food, such as fermented food or probiotic and prebiotic food, the prebiotic food can release the short-chain fatty acid, which promoting the immune system recruitment and activation. And also, probiotic may increase the antibody production and also improving the immune system by eliminating the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And also nutrition intervention like omega-3, and also food farm, polysaturated fatty acid, vitamins, and minerals can help the immune system to eliminate the viral or bacterial infection. So maybe we have a question like how come? Because the gut microbiota is in our intestine. Like how come they can have interaction with our lung? Because COVID-19 always infected our lung. Like how come they have interaction? So actually, SCFA, the short-chain fatty acid, can travel to the lung via with the blood or the systemic circulation. So when they goes to the lung, they can activate immune cell, and also they can regulate antiviral defense expression, and also increase the induction of the immune system. So short-chain fatty acid is not only in our intestine, but also they can travel via our systemic circulation, via blood to the lung as well. So that's, I think, the end of my presentation. So as a conclusion, I just want to say that it is very important to maintaining diversity and variety and the balanced relationship with our gut microbiota, because when our gut microbiota is balanced, diverse, and it's varied, it's just to our advantage. So that's it. And thank you for listening. I'll give it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ardi, for the nice presentation. It's look very nice because it is also supported by the picture and also the very insightful explanation also to all of us here about the internal process in our body that very complex. How about the function of microbiota? And also I myself, it is the first time to know about the difference between prebiotic and probiotic like that. And also I'm a midwife, and in this presentation, I see that very important to educate the mother that have not indication for section cesarean for normal normal delivery. That's very important, and breastfeeding also. And also in this presentation, we'll learn about unhealthy diet and the healthy diet and what is the effect in our immune system, the mechanism that happen in our body. So now we move to the next session, the Q&A session. We have two questions here in the chat box. The first question. Thank you, Dr. Lucas, for very interesting presentation. I am Nur Fadila from Poltekkes Kemenkes Gorontalo. I want to ask question about the factor that can increase diversity good bacteria in human gastrointestinal tract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. As I mentioned before, that there is a lot of factors that can shape our gut microbiota. So actually, there is no terms, oh, this microbiota is good, this microbiota is bad, because actually in the research, we still have a lot of gut microbiota that we still don't know the function of it, because it's a lot, like around 380,000 billion of the gut microbiota, and some of them already rediscovered by the researcher, like what is the good, what is the bad. So we cannot say that, okay, if we increase the bacterial diversity, so that means it's good. No, because there is some research said that this species of the bacterial test is also have a bad function to our body. So the key here is the balance between all the phylum or the species of the gut microbiota. So such important factor that can increase the diversity, or for example, after we get sick, we get gut disease that influence our gastrointestinal system. The good factor that can increase or can reverse our gut microbiota to be a normal gut microbiota is by diet. So actually, diet is the most important one. Like, for example, the other factor like the mode of delivery or breastfeeding or other medication, for example, like antibiotic. If we take a lot of antibiotic, it's also harmful. It's also very dangerous as well to the gut microbiota. So that's why it's very recommendable if after we have a medication, for example, antibiotic, we replace the gut microbiota in our gut with more probiotics or prebiotics diet. Like fermented food or high fiber food. Also, as I mentioned before, that some research also can shape can also have effect on the gut microbiota as well, and also exercise and the normal birth or Caesar birth or breastfeeding versus formula, like that. Yeah.
Okay. Is there more explanation, or we move to the next question, Dr. Lucas?
I think it's clear enough for the first. Yeah.
Okay. So the important thing is to balance our diet. That's very important.
The balance is very, very important.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lucas, for the first answering the first question. Now we'll move to the next question from Ibu Nuryani. Thank you, Dr. Lucas, for a very nice presentation. We know that probiotic and prebiotic have a lot of positive impact in human health. My question, based on your current research about probiotic, are there an ideal safety doses for consuming probiotic based on age category? Thank you.
So actually, first of all, thank you for the question. This is very interesting and good question. So actually, probiotic is in our market here, like our life. It's mostly from the supplement. So as I mentioned before, prebiotic is from the supplement, while prebiotic is from the food. Prebiotic is like fiber. Probiotic is the bacteria itself. So actually, if we, as we know that supplement, it's we always recommend to eat the supplement after when the food is not enough itself. So that's actually the probiotic supplement actually in for the general safety dose or general recommendation. As we can see, if we buy the probiotic supplement, I'm not sure in Indonesian market, but the German market, they have they indicate the supplement like this supplement. It consists of how many colony per unit. Like, for example, one capsule probiotic supplement, it consists of how many billion colony of the microbiota per unit. So usually, or if we recommend like our patient or others to take the probiotic supplement, so for the adult, usually for the safety dose is 100 billion colony of the microbiota per unit. So for example, if we buy from the market the probiotic supplement, it states that it's a 50 billion colony per unit. So it means we need to take it twice a day because the safe dose is up to 100 billion colony per unit. That's for adult. But for children, it's less than adults. So usually it's around 1 billion colony per unit. That's why the probiotic supplement is very different. The market is very different from adult or just for children because they have a different, quite high different safety dose of the colony per unit that need to be taken.
Okay, thank you. That's the second answer for the second question. So the supplement, we can eat supplement after the food is not enough like that, yeah?
Yeah.
To support our, I mean that to filling the gap in our body if cannot support the food, like that. Okay,
and usually the probiotic is because it's from bacteria itself. It's like from the gut microbiota itself. So it's have a fast mechanism when we eat fiber, because when we eat like healthy food, like high fiber food, the prebiotic food, they need to be fermented. But if we take the probiotic supplement, it's because it's the microbiota itself. So it's the mechanism is faster than prebiotic itself, because prebiotic need to be fermented, need to be digested by the microbiota. But probiotic, because it's the microbiota itself, so the mechanism is faster.
Okay, thank you. That's very insightful explanation from Dr. Lucas. So maybe another participant you can ask in English or in Bahasa, it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You can feel free to write down your question in the chat box or raise your hand for asking directly. So maybe I want to, okay, we have one question more from Wiwi Ulpaira. I have a question that there are any lacks in the gut microbiota that have a negative effect on the human body and have to be considered in other conditions?
Thank you for the question. So if I understand correctly, this question is like, is there any microbiota that have a negative effect in our human body like that? So actually, yeah, because as I mentioned in my PPT, there is some bacteria that have a good effect, and there is some bacteria that have a negative effect. So which bacteria or which from which phylum is from Bacteroidetes or from Firmicutes, or which one, we cannot say it, because if we say, okay, if Firmicutes is more bad than Bacteroidetes, it's not 100% like this, because in the Firmicutes phylum itself, there is a lot of bacteria that have not been discovered the effect. But mostly, the most research that I read, the Bacteroidetes phylum has more benefit, like a lot of part of the microbiota from the Bacteroidetes phylum has more benefit to the human body. And the Firmicutes phylum has a less benefit from the human body. But there is some gut microbiota from the Firmicutes phylum that have a benefit from the human body. So we cannot say which one is better, because like there is many research has not been discovered all the microbiota, but from the many study, they say that the Bacteroidetes phylum have a more beneficial than Firmicutes phylum.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lucas. So maybe a lot of microbiota still mystery, yeah. Dr. Lucas, so need further research. So maybe it is can be a motivation to the participant here to also contribute in the research about microbiota.
And the problem is also that many research of the microbiota, it's 80% of the research is still conducted in the animal. So it's and our human condition is not very similar like with the animal. Yeah, so that's why still many research is still conducted in animals. So they still have not 100% sure whether this bacteria is also 100% have the same effect like the animal. But at least from the animal study, we can see that there is a like 90% similarity with the metabolism of our body.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lucas. Maybe I will ask a question. Yeah. I think that to educate the society in general about the benefit of prebiotic and probiotics is very important. But in your experience, maybe you can give us some like recommendation or suggestion about how to introduce and also how to educate the society about the benefit, so to encourage them to also balance their diet and in this case support with this kind of prebiotic and probiotic also.
So that's very good question, like how to educate the society. Actually, to educate the public society is not really easy, especially if we want to change their behavior, because behavior change it's very difficult. Like even though it's not enough only with one-time education, nutrition education, and then their behavior will be changed like that. So the key is like actually not only the nutrition education as well, but also from the government policy as well, like also from the advertisement as well. So actually in the place that I work right now, we work on like how we can educate people with the video and also with the like advertisement like that. So via social media, and because the video advertisement, it's the surveillance, it's very long. So after we give the education, and then they can see the video every time or every day. And also, it's also for the policy as well from the government, like, okay, for it's like a shared experience as well. But in Germany, the advertisement on the TV is not similar like in Indonesia. In Indonesia, in Germany, it's more into the medical product like that. So that every advertisement is mostly into the medicine. So that's also need to be changed from the policy, like the government policy as well. So we can also educate people from the advertisement as well. Every of us watch TV or watch every day. That's why in here the sense of the nutrition or the health from the people is higher because they see it every day. Like, okay, oh, this product is good for my body. For example, this probiotic is good for my body. So when they have this information every day, we will have it sometimes in our mind, like it's there in our mind. That's why we can change the behavior easily.
Okay, thank you. Very insightful again explanation. Yeah. So we hope that can be insight for a new insight for us to also support to educate the society with the way that we can do, and also with our role as a student or a lecturer or as a health workers. Okay, maybe it is the end of the session or question answer session, Dr. Lucas. So before we close, we do hope that you can give us a closing statement in this session.
So first of all, I really appreciate, and it's great pleasure for me to be part of this conference, and big thank you for the invitation. And yeah, it's very great to be part of this conference. And yeah, it's my conclusion is always eat healthy, stay healthy, and yeah, just maintain the good relationship with our microbiota, with what we eat. We take responsibility what we eat, and if we want to be healthy, eat healthy, do physical activity, and yeah, every disease will go away when we live healthy.
Okay, thank you. So now summary from moderator, but I want to take a quote, the last slide of Dr. Lucas. Maintaining diversity, variety, and balanced relationship with good microbiota are to our advantage. So that's very important to us and to educate the people around us. Okay, and then we will move to the handover of appreciation certificate to the speaker. Okay, this is the certificate of appreciation for Mr. Adi Lucas Kurniawan SKZ, Master of Science PhD, as a speaker at the first International Conference on Health and Nutrition, Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health, Gorontalo, with the theme Stunted and Obesity Prevention in Post-Pandemic Era. We would like to say a big thanks to you, Dr. Lucas. Terima kasih banyak atas insightful presentasi. We hope that we can learn from you more, especially me as a midwife. Maybe I will. I hope that I have more time to discuss to you about the healthy and mother and child health, also related to this presentation or topic. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of the fourth session of plenary session. So now I'll back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to the participant and good morning to Dr. Lucas.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Adi, for the presentation and the insights. And also thanks Ms. Mulyati for joining us today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of today's agenda with excellent speakers and interesting topics. Thank you. We will be back tomorrow with other fantastic speakers and topics. Hope you learned something today. Rest well and see you tomorrow. Have a good day.